there we go. Can you hear me now? Hello, Enrod. Hello, Young Lee. Hello, Subspace. Subspace. Jet Witch. Hello, Simon. Hello, Nick. Doing some random improvised mix by I. Hello. Hello, Constantine. Hello, Lorraine. Hello, Dean. How to layer drums. Thanks, Subspace. Glad the videos are helping. Layering drums. Good question. Not something I do a lot of. And the waves will be the rain when I'm taking over. And the sky won't be the same. Oh. Hi Valma. Hi Techno. Yes, I almost forgot as well. The last Sunday of the month. Eyeballed mix work. No. Something's gone wrong. What's happened there then? Ooh, interesting. Oh, this track's been labelled wrong. My bad. Oh, it wasn't, just wasn't fresh. There we go. Yeah, welcome, Yongil. Nice new type of groove there. Called Techno Clash, new genre. Patent pending. We'll see if the rest are in. Right. Layering drum. Am I doing a full set mix? No, this is just literally for background while we get the intro going. I've done a bunch of melodic techno type trance things. But see if they mix into one another or not. Hello, NU3GA. That's a word. Hello, Chris. Hello, Zane. I am about to do a video on drums. Someone did ask me, what was it? I think it was the disco, one of the disco tracks. While we're here, though, let's have a look at. Hello, Mike. How does the stream usually go? Good question. We just usually talk, chat, answer questions. And I gather information as to what kind of videos to make from you guys. How's the ducking ratio? I can hear my voice is distorting actually. Is that on the way in? 1 2 1 2 1. Hello. No, it's not. It's not distorting on the way in. I don't think. Must be just with the music. I'll leave it for now. Hi, Mike. My voice is comforting. Well, that's never been said before. Thank you very much, though. Now, how does this mix go? I eyeballed it. Oh, we've got flanged hats. That's because I've used the same hi-hats. I didn't do any low-end crossovers, so we do have some temporary distortion. That wasn't too bad. I need to zoom in on the chat. Hello, Synthsonic. Subspace Jet, which I will get back to your compression question in a second. I'm trying to think how to answer the drums question. While one of these is on screen, it's Enrod that asked. Yeah, it was Enrod who asked about drum compression. So if you look at my drums from one of these melodic techno tracks, for example, this is typically how I do it. There's not really, the only layering is in the top loops. Actually, no, I'll tell a lie. There may be a layer on the clap. Let's have a look. But I would never layer a kick if I can help it. As you can see, kick here. No effects on it. The only thing I'll change is the amount of release, depending on how long the MIDI notes are. But I've chosen it with the MIDI notes there. This is what I was actually shaping it a little bit. It was a bit too fat and I needed more punch apparently, so I've done that on the kick. That's the only effect. These are for when I'm taking the low end and top end off in the breaks. I've not automated the filter, nothing used on here. So we had definitely no layers on the kick. That's usually a recipe for disaster. Then I have a clap here. Oh yeah, there is a layer on the clap. You can see I've got a few here to choose from. The thing with layering is it's all an ear training thing. So you can hear this one's a good example. Absolutely smashed. Very low. I'll turn this one right down. But this is in there because has it got a good tail? It's already a very compressed clap I can hear. Very aggressive. Let me take my effects off for a second. I've got some reverb on that. Is there anything else? The filter's being automated. Let's just take our... But the reason I would have chosen this is as a background layer option. If I have a very... There we go. Perfect antidote to that clap. So I've got a very snappy, short... This is just to get... a backbeat. Let's just go kick and clap for a second. And we just want this one, don't we? Let's just mute this one. You can see the two I've layered there. So the reason I want this one is for the transient. I know it's got a little build up here, but I could just do that if I wanted. So that's just for initial backbeat snap. And then I might layer this one in as like an after reverb type thing, just quieter. That might be the reason I would layer those two. So something like that. Let me just turn those down. Actually, I'll do it on here. Sorry, we swapped. So my point is, anyway, there's a conscious approach to the two different elements I need there. Obviously, I would, if you can find it all in one clap, then you just use one clap. This is just kind of probably the happenstance of the samples I happened to come across when I was browsing various categories. I was probably in Techno or Trance looking at claps or through some of the libraries I've already got. But you see, this one is very fizzy. Got some nice sizzle up here. So if the track's coming together in such a way where I need a strong backbeat and I can hear, for example, I've got very bright synths in... which one is this anyway? MT2. Which one are we listening to here? MT2. It's this one. So this, what you're looking at is the drum. You're looking at the drums from this. You can hear my clap choices short, plus a little bit of reverb. There's all kinds of reasons for the decision. How bright, how aggressive is the vocal? What synths are going to compete with it? Does my backbeat need to be stronger than the synths, or is it going to be a kick-led groove? All these kind of decisions determine which one I'm going to go for and what I might be reaching for. The ideal scenario is you already know what you're looking for in your mind's ear as you go looking for the sounds. That's kind of when you get to a higher level, you find you already know the sounds you're going to be needing, you're going to be looking for. So this was actually built on what's called a chromatic plot. So I'd already pulled together lots of different melodic techno kind of samples and stuff inside of a session in various different keys. And every time I found a good a drum that I liked, then I would pull that in. So I've got various options. So you can see, like I said, I've got 5 clap options now for this. So basically, some bright, some dull, some long, some short. Just trying to cover all my options. This one's kind of artificially... Oh, I'll put the artificial width on myself. Oh, that's why. Yeah. It must have already been wide in a way that wasn't mono-compatible. Yeah, so I've monoed that and then put the width back on with a... Anyway... So that was obviously a wide clap as a potential layer. Too wide it turned out to be, but and then if you look at the top loops I have here, there's not going to be a lot of changes in terms of, so there's no processing. Let's have a look at the group, just a filter ready to automate at various points, probably in the break. Is it automated? No, it wasn't automated in this track. High passes for stuff that was leaking too much lows. What was high pass here? So listen. Apparently this... did it have low frequencies? Ah, no it didn't. That's just habit. Maybe it was a high pass filter from something else. So here's an extremely high pass. That's this one. Yeah, clearly I just needed a very, very thin... Again, these are the decisions. So, listening to my references, of course, is your big one. You're going to want to reference a lot from the beginning as you're choosing your sounds. It's clear why I wanted this one. I wanted this layer because it's extremely sizzly. It's got like a tambourine type hat in there. Up there. I was probably lacking some of that once I got my initial loops in. That hasn't much... that area, that offbeat hi-hat, almost shaker-like. That kind of... that layer's for that kind of area. Classic 909, that's more of an aesthetic thing. That's not necessarily a frequencies thing. Just 909 hats just work really well in techno. It's kind of a nice nod to the more vintage roots when it was just drum machines. And of course, if you watch my swing video, it's crucial that I understand that for these layers to work, regardless of frequencies and decisions, they all need to be in the same groove. So this is all square groove. There's no swing going on. So would I always suggest putting 6 top loops on a track? You don't always have to. Sometimes I end up with 2. Sometimes I end up with 10. Just depends if you get what you need, I suppose, versus your reference tracks. So that's kind of my attitude towards layering. Be very, very careful for anything in the low end. Don't layer low end stuff. You're just going to get phase cancellation nightmares. Here's an interesting layer. I must have added this to pick up the pace. Oh, there we go. It's just a ride cymbal. Why's that on there? I think that's not being used. Tiny bit of delay by accident. I think that must have been from something else. Not actually relevant. What was this for? Maybe I was doing some... oh, that might be from a fill earlier. And as for... You mentioned fills as well. As for fills, it's very much the same thing. I mean, obviously, with fills, there's more of a rhythm choice aspect to it. I'm still yet to do a video on fills because I don't know how to articulate drum fills. Like there's certain rhythms I wouldn't use in a melodic techno track, for example, but I can't tell you why that is. It's just about listening to lots and lots and lots of music. Well, in my case, I grew up on heavy metal, so, and I'm an avid air drummer. I actually know how to play drums, can a little bit. I do have good limb independence, so I have a lot of practicing air fills. And I even have little names. Well, one band member I used to be with, we made up little names for them, like put it in a hat box would be da-da-da-da-da. When you go snare, tom, 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 snare, kick, da-da-da-da-da. So those kind of fills are just living in my head. And, you know, the classic disco fill, which is just ish, ish, those kind of things. You just have, there's like a library of fills in my head. There's only really so many, I suppose, you could do in the space of half a bar or a quarter of a bar. And when you just kind of know them, and you might already have the sample, or you know what rhythm you need to program, you will automatically kind of have an idea for which one's about to work in the track. So yeah, I'm still working on how to articulate the whole drum fill thing. In terms of layering them, again, it's a case of, do you need certain frequencies or the backing up of certain rhythms? Like sometimes I'll layer a fill and it will just be the 16th build up, like that kind of thing, and then underneath that you will have something more rhythmical, which is relevant to maybe the riff that's about to come in. So it'd be a much thicker snare going ish, 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 if the rhythm of the riff is about to go bam, bam, bang, dang, 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 etc. So that's all I can really advise on that. Yeah, if you're going to layer, make sure you know why you're layering. It's usually about trying to fill certain kind of energy spots, either in terms of frequencies or rhythm. Like some layers of my some of these are designed to just be, obviously this is just an offbeat. That's extremely spiky, extremely bright. It's one of the most loud layers. So that's obviously, I wanted a very strong offbeat. Go and see my drums tutorial on drum accents is what I would suggest, looking up drum accents. You know, where you want to place your accents in the groove. Versus, so all of these, for example, all these are what I would call busy layers. They're all 16ths of some form. So this is what I need for this particular type of genre, because if I take the busyness out, I know we're not. We're listening to this track at the moment, but why don't I? There we go. Sorry, because this groove with just the offbeat is a very different groove to something with some 16ths in it, right? And then for the last drops, I'll usually throw a ride cymbal on, or a really long hi-hat. Anyway, that's layering drums in a nutshell. Hello, Hendrix. Hello, Stefan. Sorry, I was off on one. I've missed lots of comments probably. Subspace jet. Yes, you've not seen someone layer a kick since 2010. I actually did it the other day. Having, you know, everything I say is it's not something I've never done, it's just general advice that I would seek to avoid. There was a case the other day. What was the track? The reference had a very... So I will come to your compression question next. The Witch in a second. Was it this one? The reference basically had, I'm sure it was the last session I did. Anyway, the point was the reference had a very, what I would call, bedroom low end. And I wanted to emulate that. So I was looking for kind of slightly out of control kicks that were too long and too boomy. The kind of kick you would, you know, be very hard to judge in a bedroom setup if you were making music with lots of sub-content. Was it this one? That one sounds too neat now. Maybe I'm actually too good. I think it's this one. Yeah, because this was a slower track. Yeah. So I could afford a longer kick because it's a slower track. Yeah, it was this. So that's the one with the ding 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 ding. Yeah, that's that one. It is that one. DSMDH. Let me just show you the kick on that one. Basically, the only long, boomy kick I could find in kind of the first 5 minutes was... it was good for the low end, but it had no punch, no upper energy. No, that's not the one, is it? It was DSMTH, that was it. So if you look at this kick, it is a layer. Because I just needed that top click. And as a result, I think my kick is quite over-leveled. It's to keep up with the reference, I had to have the kick at like +3 or something. It was clipping. If I remember rightly. It is this one. Yeah. So the kick I found was this one. And if you try and EQ that, the top, sorry, if you try and EQ that, there's just nothing there. You probably need about 60 dB of of gain or something to get the amount, especially compared to the rest of the track. There was a lot of bright, it's a melodic techno track, right? So there's a lot of bright stuff in the drop. And yeah, I decided to save time. I just laid it with this. That was elsewhere. I put the high pass filter on from, that's in the wrong mode actually. As little damaging a filter as possible. This is the linear phase filter. As it turned out, I forgot to put it in linear phase mode. So, and the two of them sound like. So that's what I needed to do to get the top end through the rest of the track. And that was added very late on, actually. I probably got to the last drop, realized it wasn't dropping, and it turned out to be the kick having no top end. So, if I remember rightly how that session went. So I do layer kicks. It's once in a blue moon though, and it's, again, I wouldn't do it as a general rule of thumb. I tend to make music very, very fast to get the idea out of the way. So thank you for the 5. Who's put that? Anti-gambling squad. Thank you. You're very welcome. Big fan of the tutorials. Right, so Subspace Jet Witch, still a great name. Yes, I said I almost never use compression, almost being the operative word, on synths. What would be the exceptions? And what... I'm sure I was talking about this in the comments recently. Yeah, so good exceptions. What would they be? It's, again, this is an ear training thing. So, the two main areas I could think of are plucks, very, very, very dynamic plucks, with a wide range between the spike and the sustain. So there are certain sounds. Obviously, if you have control of the synth, so this is an example because I'm going to give this example presuming you don't make your own sounds, or you don't have it's a sample or something, or you're just not confident altering presets that you love, right? Because that happens all the time, doesn't it? You find a great sound, you just don't want to touch it. Let me see if I can find one. pluck. Yeah. So this is a bass. Can I? It's not ideal. Okay, okay. That sounds like a sitar arp if it was made by a Commodore 64. That'll do. So imagine we have a bit more of a tail on this. Let's just... And we need a little bit more transient. So let's add a noise spike. Let's just... Let's just spike this. Under the filter. There we go. Imagine. Actually, I'm going to send a second spike just to exaggerate this to the pitch. I need to do it to both of them, don't I? Well, we get the idea. So, extremely, the whole sound basically looks like this. It's very spiky. What's on my effects? Right, good, nothing. So, for this, you don't want to get rid of the spike. The danger with compression, if your attack is too low... Actually, M1 piano is a good example of this as well. You could substitute M1 piano in for this. Sorry, we don't need a sidechain. This still isn't even the best example. This, I would need a sound spikier than this to be a really good example. This, actually, that's probably more like it. That comb filter is actually shaving off a lot of transients. Yeah, it's better. Okay, so the point would be, we want the sustain, the lower section of this sound, to be more audible, especially in the context of a track. Maybe we can't hear like the end of the notes. All we can hear is that initial spike poking through, and that's not the intention of the sound. So in those cases, you might try to even it out with a compressor. But you have to pay a lot of attention to this, to your attack. How much of the transient is getting let through? Here we go. That's sorry, peak. It was on RMS compression. RMS kind of judges average level, so it's not going to respond instantly. Peak is your more typical compressor. So this is the problem with what might happen if you use a compressor for the sake of using a compressor. You end up with just a squished sound that's lost a lot of that initial attack. So if we let some of that through, a couple of milliseconds or so should do. You can hear we've got a little bit of sustain of the end of the note, but we've still got most of that punch. Be very careful with your makeup gain. It's easy to overdo it. This is the other problem with many compressors as well. If most compressors have a lot of auto makeup gain turned on by default. So all you're doing when you're compressing is and most non-AI type processors, this is a pure guess. It isn't looking at the amount being reduced and then compensating, because that would have to be a live updated amount. It's kind of a fixed amount based on what the typical amount of compression would be. So for your particular sound, it's not going to be accurate. And what happens is the compressor just ends up making things louder, and everyone thinks that suddenly sounds better, when in fact they've actually squashed the sound too far. So be very careful with, see? Actually, that's not too bad. The makeup on this, not too bad. That's pretty well judged, actually. Maybe we are a typical case. But you can see we're losing 7 dB. But yeah, so the point of compressing that would be to bring up the sustained note of the sound. That bit. Whilst not ruining that transient like that. We don't want we want da 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 da. So, yeah, extremely dynamic, spiky sounds might be one, and the other, I do use this compressor occasionally, like an OTT style thing. If you want a really aggressive, kind of buzzy, noisy bass, not the, again, this isn't the sound to do it on. Let's just bring our sustain up manually. See, this would be my solution as opposed to compressing it. I would just change the sustain level if I've got control over the actual sound. But for example, if we needed this to be a lot more aggressive, this could be one way of doing it. You mix in a multi-band compressor that's already set like an OTT to be extremely aggressive on both upward and downward compression with a lot of makeup gain. As you can see, there's already 16 dB dialed in by default. So, objectively, that's a much less punchier sound. But if this was a lead or something, it needed to cut through with that amount of fizz, that might be one way of achieving it. Obviously, at first I would probably just check with a normal EQ, but that way you get the best of both worlds, a lot of fizz, and you keep your attack. But maybe the attack's too much once you've got the amount of buzz out of it. You can squeeze that down with a compressor. Anyway, those are kind of the main, like, multiband for like some mad aggression in, you know, certainly in genres like dubstep, bass house, anything with lots of growly, distorted bass, Nero basses, all that kind of stuff. Compression can be good there to get towards the sound you need. Yeah, you basically got to consider groove. Anything physical, anything acoustic. If it's a real acoustic source, typically needs some compression in the form to get it to fit into the context of a modern loud song, like a snare drum or a vocal or a acoustic guitar or acoustic piano. Even M1 pianos, as I said earlier, they're very spiky and they're quite low on the sustain, so you need to bring that up sometimes. I do compress pianos a fair bit in the context of making them more like pads if I need the sustain of the note to hold for longer. Anyway, yes, hopefully that helps you with my thoughts on. But most of the time, I manage to get sounds. Distortion will do a much better job than compression in general at getting those aggressive sounds. Excuse any slurping noises. I'll have a cup of tea here. Even though it's absolutely baking today. What temperature are we at? 23 degrees outside. I think my my studio here is about 30. I have no aircon. If you hear any background noise, it's because I've got a fan running. Although there should be a gate on the vocal. The frog, FRQG, I presume you're, unless there's a different way to say that, let me know. The track you're working on right now, the bass almost has no real sub when you solo it, but in the drop it somehow has power. Why would that be? You probably have a very long kick drum. Or in the context of the rest of the music, you don't have a system which lets you hear the subs properly. Therefore, all the upper harmonics, probably above, 60, 70, 80, sound like they fill out the low end enough, maybe. There are lots of psychoacoustic phenomena regarding harmonics. You'll probably hear it lower than it is if it's got good upper harmonic structure, especially in the context of other sounds that mask it. Or it might just combine with the release of the the kick really well.
It's not too late to look for another.
Yep, RH, that's kind of the approach I have, yes. Added compression to a synth today for the first time in 3 years. Tech house, using bass as a lead. Yes, that can happen. Clashes with other elements when it's filtered too much and it needed taming a bit. Yeah. Enrods, it's 37 where you are. Where the hell are you? Although I will say, British heat, scientifically proven to be very different, regardless of temperatures, because it's so humid here, and none of our houses are built for keeping us cool. They're all built to keep us very warm. Is it 30 degrees indoors? Like it is here. Where do we get vocals for this song? This will be Splice. I did struggle to find I was struggling to find good melodic techno vocals, trance vocals for a bunch of these recently. A minor turned out to be a real problem when I was looking for stuff in A minor. Some of these are pitched away from their original keys because I couldn't find any good ones in the key I was searching for. Which one's this one? This is G sharp. Oh yeah, this was the male vocal. Yeah, Splice. If you've not got Splice, I don't know why you haven't. It's not sponsored, but it's literally the only subscription I pay for on a monthly basis. And I'm not just talking music. I don't have Netflix, I don't have Disney, I just have Splice. Vocal sounds low on this one. I should probably turn it up. Although this is the extended mix actually. Doesn't matter too much. Thank you for the sympathy, Peyton. Yes. It is rough. Rough out here. Patrick says, sometimes I have to dig so hard on Splice, I feel like I miss up on the good ones from ear fatigue. Yes, that happens a lot. But to be fair, that's every sample pack I've ever used, isn't it? You got to really dig for the good ones. You only find one or two in a pack, and then you have to make the choice on selecting what's going to work at the time or spending more time searching. Thank you for the 5, RN WAV. I don't know if that's how you say that. Learned so much from the channel. The explanations, knowledge, transfer is unbelievable. You're very welcome. Thank you. Glad to hear it's working. Hello, Yosef. It's going well. How are you? have I been cooking lately? Music cooking. Or food. Oh, the food answer's very quick. I made fajitas this week. Music. Yeah, music's mostly been this stuff. What else did I do? I was talking about fills earlier. That's a good example of a fill. For some reason in melodic techno, the only fills I can think that sound to me like they fit are clap fills that go or some variation of that. I'm very unimaginative when it comes to this genre. Hello, Abraham. This one's a banger. Thank you. Oh, it's like probably 70% splice samples. So I'll take half credit for putting them together. How's my eyeball mix? It's already too late. Let's move this over. Oh, smooth. Can I break down the Stabby Rough Tough synth? Now there's a name. Stabby Rough Tough. I take it you mean what I would call the rattler. The dun 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 dun, those kind of things? Is that what you mean, Nick? Stabby Rough Tough. That's got to be it, hasn't it? Or did you mean the high chord thing? Thank you, Dan. Yes, you mean the rattler thing. Okay. Yeah, they're quite easy to do. Well, again, you could just search splice, but to make them's not that hard, actually. We might need to use some multi-band compression for this. Speaking of aggressive sounds. But there is a pretty standard method for it. So the basis is you need a complex waveform. So basically you're looking for lots of upper harmonics. So we need a stabby kind of envelope. So we'll go with, you know, something like this. Maybe more stabby. And when it comes to the rhythm, I'll do the sound once I've got the line in. So we're going to go quite a low octave. Not low enough. Something like that. You need some 16th runs with some gaps. Maybe that kind of thing. Just to pick a random arbitrary. And then to get the rattly bit, you need to split some of these up into further divisions. So you could either triplet some of these, those kind of thing, or sometimes just a double will do a 30 seconds. Now we're going to need some gaps in between those so we can discern between the release and the. I'm also going to have to make sure the sound is monophonic, so the notes don't overlap. That way we can make sure the attack is going to be discernible. Now, we're going to need some dedicated. The reason you need lots of upper harmonics is because bright sounds are faster waveforms. So they're the only things that, like if I tried to show you this on a sub, you won't be able to hear the rhythm. Barely. You can't hear the, you can't hear the, so we need some, obviously one way to do is filter envelope, so only let the highs through at the beginning. Now we get it. Now we're starting to be able to discern the rhythm. Another way you could do it is with what I did earlier, the noise. But in general, one way to get lots of good upper harmonics is to find a waveform that's just full of them. So you'll be able to spot them. They look like that kind of thing. They just look very non-linear. They're not your typical saws, squares, sines, or any variation of that. If you, I can already tell without, grab any noise, any noise wavetable, or if I go Ableton, I think the complex series like these, I can already tell you any of these are already going to work as this kind of sound. Any of this. There we go. These have got no subs. You might need to add. See, if I like the sound of this one, I could just add a saw wave back to it. Maybe shore up that second octave. And then you kind of need some, you can add lots more voices if you want some extra noise, detune them a tad. Just go random. There we go. So we get the width. But yeah, anything like that. Just any complex. That's a pretty good one. You might not actually need the bass because this isn't going to serve as a bass part. You'll already have, as you can hear, you've got a rolling bass already in these tracks. And then they go over the top. So what you'll typically have to do is take a lot of the low end off. You choose a low octave for the sound, so it has that growl and those harmonics. And then you take a lot of the lows off. You don't actually have the sub note in there clashing with. And then you just pick a nice big reverb. A good clean one is. Charm Verb in the free Melder bundle. I like Charm. Or you could go Supermassive, he's actually pretty good as well. The other good free one. Let's go Supermassive actually, it's a bit noisier. The length of which will be determined by how much you need it to decay versus the next thing that's coming in. You might have a couple of these like doing a question and answer. That's typically what I end up with. Let's add some sustain at the end here. Oops, wrong envelope. And then maybe we, what we were talking about earlier, we need more aggression. We can, let's distort. We can also put that on the envelope. Combine a couple of these. It's so high frequency, you don't have to worry about phase cancellation of waveforms at this level. Just find some more. That's pretty good one. The width isn't necessary, by the way. This is like a icing on the cake kind of thing. Get your fundamental waveform sounding good before you start messing with width, would probably be my advice. You can always fake the stereo afterwards if you don't like what the phasing of the detune does from the unison oscillator. Let's just do it that way. Anyway, that's the kind of thing. That's all it is. You may need to... some of them play around with pitch, so get the pitch bend out. MIDI control, Ableton, behave. There we go. So you might do something like that. Yeah, that's kind of the whole sound in a nutshell. Very noisy waveform, fast rhythm. Make sure it's spiky in terms of its envelope. That should do the job. Your vocal suddenly loses power at varying times. What can cause this? The performance, usually. Yes, Hendrix. Oh, that's actually a very good idea. You've just gave me a great idea. Melodic Techno Bleed by Meshuggah. Ooh. What time signature is that rhythm in? Does anyone know? For the dance people in the crowd, if you don't know what... Because I've always wanted to do... my favorite Meshuggah riff is Do Not Look Down, it's called. I think it's in 13. But it's not... It won't work on techno. So I've been trying to wonder what... it might make a good house riff. But bleed, now you've said you're getting bleed vibes from this. Perfect. This is perfect. Yes. For those that don't know, bleed sounds like... Oh, do I not have it on? Oh. Hang on a minute. Where's my Meshuggah? What? Is this all that's on my drive? I can't believe. Oh, apparently I don't have. Right, okay. Well, we'll just internet. We'll just internet it. I'm so embarrassed. No bleed on my hard drive. Most iconic Meshuggah track. I even remastered this album. Now I'm very angry because I want to know what's happened to that. I actually remastered the album because it's an older Meshuggah album now and it has no low end, which for a band that tunes down so far is unacceptable. So this is Bleed. And that rhythm changes up every verse. There's some different intricate version of it. Obviously, it's done with kick drums and guitars there, but you're right, Hendrix. That would be a very good techno rattler. The musical term for that rhythm is a herta, I think. A herta. A Spanish word, if I remember rightly. It's either, I think it's this one. I'm not sure if it's tripleted. Or they're very close at this speed. But yeah, that'd be cool. I must make time to do that. What key was that? That sounded like a D sharp. Ooh, what would it... See that? I don't know what the Meshuggah's thing is. Basically polymeter. I should say more accurately. So the whole riff will be over 6, 7, 13, or 42, or but the drums always kind of usually keep a 4/4 vibe. which is what makes them mostly headbangable too. It's kind of like this. Although this is done with bending the guitar string, kind of thing. Yeah, that could make a very God. That would be a hard techno track, wouldn't it? We'd need a very, very big kick drum, distorted kick drum, hard techno. I'm down for it though. Let's do that sometime. Yes. Staring Hats 4/4 kick in 2316, probably. Yeah, got to get the bend in. I'll probably do it manually with the pitch bend. God, what would the tempo be? Hold the line. Hello. I thought that was a track suggestion for a minute there. I was like, do you want me to do Toto Hold the Line? That's the opposite end of rock music. We've just been discussing Meshuggah. And then I thought someone had just suggested Hold the Line. Do, 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 do. Love isn't always on time. Forgive my singing. I'm just working at this tempo. No, gonna have to be. So it's about 112, roughly 113. Hello, John. Google says bleed is 115. Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So that's not too far. It's not very hard techno though, is it? And you can't really speed it up. Oh my God. I suppose it would have to be industrial then, would it? 115? It'd very much suit industrial. Get some Nine Inch Nails type noise snare drums in there. What we up to, John? We have... I was just showing someone how to make melodic techno rattling type sounds. Those kind. Those kind of things. And someone said that sounds like Meshuggah, the heavy metal band from Sweden. And then I've gone off on a tangent about making a cover of Meshuggah's Bleed. Do I have Do Not Look Down on here? Is it Don't Look Down or is it Do Not? It is Do Not. Oh, so I've got that on my hard drive. That's the riff I really want to cover. I just don't know what genre it would fit in. When the drums drop, it's so good. So good. Reminds me of an old Faith No More song, actually. They used to do that where they chopped between on the beat and then syncopated off the beat because the riff was in an odd meter. So the first time it goes round, it's on beat. The second time it goes round, it's off beat. And it just keeps swapping back and forth. And they never let the riff start again, basically, compared to the 4/4 drum beat. Which is a very techno concept. So the two aren't so unrelated in terms of musical approach. Just needs a kick. Minimal D&B. Oh, you could do... could you do minimal D&B? Minimal D&B polymeter. I wonder actually, because it's very. That would be a nice way of chilling it out. That could actually work, couldn't it? Let me launch. I've never actually worked it out as a riff. I don't know what the notes are for that. Chromatic. I don't know, they're not in scale. There's no regard for scales in my sugar. Really. Halftime triplets are kind of the norm. In what? Oh, in minimal D&B, sorry, Nate. Like, oh, right, okay, halftime triplets. Splice. I want to get Splice to connect to the internet. Come on. Load. There we go. What's minimal D&B sound like? Is that similar to Liquid? Let's see if there's any good loops. That doesn't sound minimal to me. Yep. You can see how that would be used in jungle. Liquid. That's quite nice for a liquid loop, actually, that. Let's get in. Oh, there we go. Track done. Just need one of those. That is not minimal. That's almost a UK D&B with those tiny snares. I don't think it's good enough though. Unless it's the playback engine from Splice's playback engine does tend to eat transients, I've noticed. You kind of have to second guess that the loop actually has some more punch to it than you're listening to. Oh, stutters are going on inside D&B, are they? I like that. I could be down for that. I don't know if it's the same as the Meshuggah cover, but maybe I would just take that riff as an idea instead of actually covering it. Minimal drum and bass. I need to get on the drum and bass soon. Oh, just one kick on the bar, Nate. Not the bum bap, whatever you want to call that rhythm. Sped up hip hop rhythm. Yeah, similar to Liquid in some respects. Then that kind of thing. Maybe less busy. Marrow would be jungle. Oh, Marrow, yeah. Thank you, Vasil. I've just realised I never finished answering Benjamin's question. The vocal suddenly loses power. Although I suppose it's not really answerable without hearing the vocal. But if it loses power, that's because the performer either moved off the microphone like this. Now you've got no power. And then when you move back on the microphone, it's full of low end. That's really hard to deal with if you've got a vocalist that moves around a lot. Is it a sample or is it a recording you've made, Benjamin? Hello, ZBX. A Scouser in the chat. Welcome. I will not attempt the accent. Even though it's my duty as... I suppose I was Manchester adjacent. Lancashire. Born. It's technically our duty to mock each other, isn't it? Scousers and Manx, I think. But I'm not confident in my ability to do a good Scouse accent right this minute. I shall spare thee. That's a question I get a lot, actually. Subspace Jetwitch. Why not? Why use an EQ to take the low end off? Why not just go to the wavetable editor and remove the fundamental harmonics? That is an option. However, it entirely depends on, for example, right. So here's a good example. Many wavetables are dissections of audio samples. They're not actually made up of synthesized harmonics. They're basically samples. They're like a cross section of a sample at a frozen point in time. So this is just literally a brown noise sample, or white noise, or pink noise, etc. And then many of these will be the same. And in the case of samples, you cannot manually adjust their harmonic content. Not in most wavetable synths. Only in the if I load, say, here we go, basic shape. If I load the basic any of these, I will be able to adjust the harmonics of where are we? I will be able to get rid of the fundamentals of this saw wave, for example, because it's a synthesized wavetable, and obviously I can change the harmonic balance in general. So I could do it here, but it depends entirely on the wavetable. Most complex waveforms you won't find wavetables, sorry, you'll find are not synthesized. They're samples. Such is the complex nature of real sound. So you can't do that, unfortunately. Now, there's also still an argument for, even if you have this control, why you would not do that. Because in the case of a really aggressive sound, a lot of people commented on the respace. The same argument came from the respace, because I said you can't trust respaces because they have that really unstable low end from the result of the beats between the frequencies from the detune. Everyone said just delete the first harmonic, and the same problem arises. So the way this, if you have a particularly aggressive sound like we're going for here with distortion and compression, the sound you're making is highly dependent on how much those low harmonics drive the upper harmonics in those distortions, be it the distortion created from the release of the compressor, or the distortion created from the actual, be it soft clipper or whatever other kinds of distortion you're driving into. So if you remove the low harmonics from the waveform, you can't really make that back up, because part of the sound is how the highest energy harmonics, i.e. the lowest harmonics, how those drive the distortions in the various post-processes. So you lose half the character by doing that. So it is a very elegant solution for simple waveforms if you need to remove the subcontent. But there is a more nuanced answer to that as well, which is, even though it's a very elegant solution, like if you have a sub bass and an upper bass with two different side chains, one side chain from the sub of the kick, therefore it's a longer side chain, and the upper bass isn't so. What I showed in my bass process video was something similar to this. You would basically cut off at the second harmonic or somewhere in between, just above, just below, and then have a sine wave do the low end, and then the rest, the bass can be doing whatever. Lots of people commented on that video saying, what if it changes chords? Don't you need to change the filter frequency? Because it will no longer be, when it changes note, obviously it will no longer be between the sub frequency and the upper frequency. So some people, I have automated this filter to go with the chord progression, but sometimes you just don't need to, because if you remember, the reason for cutting this off would be so you can sidechain it separately, and the kick drum isn't pitching, so the shorter sidechain of the upper bass doesn't need to change. Therefore, your frequency cutoff doesn't need to change. It's fine to let the sub go above that frequency, because that's still going to get very long side chains from the low frequency of the kick drum, and it's fine to let the upper bass go below that filter fundamentally, because the frequencies that need to be shorter side chained are still there and still need to be shorter side chained, and everything below that frequency needs to be longer side chain, if that makes sense. So it's still, it's something I rarely find myself doing, is removing the harmonics from the from those types of waveforms. Do I like Kyle Watson? That's not a name I'm familiar with, I'm afraid. What genre is it? Can you recommend some good tracks? The wavetable editor does have a filter option. Oh, yes, you mean here. High pass. Yeah, you could do it there. Same problem again. If we get rid of the filter, you'll find, though, this doesn't actually prevent low frequencies from getting through. Although I think actually we're seeing distortion sidebands there. Sorry. Oh yes, it is working. Sorry. I thought it was a filter on the table in a different way. So that's an option. Again, you're still the same problem when you're driving a distortion. Depends how much of the post-processing is key to the sound. And I don't know how gentle this is. It sounds gentle. And it uses up one of your... Yeah. Not too bad. Yep, that's not a bad option. Have I ever made dubstep? Not recently. Not recently. Back when Rusko and oh god, sorry, I just learned on the keyboard. Someone finished my sentence. After Banger and Scream, Rusko and such came through. About 2012, 2011. I made a fair bit back then because I had a client who was actually making dubstep, and I did a lot of their music. Casper and Rusko. D-Dot's got it. Yep, Casper. So yeah, I made kind of a lot back then. I've not experimented with the super aggressive modern stuff like Tear Out. Magnetic Man. That was Banger and Scream, wasn't it? That was like their post-pop brand. Oh, that makes sense. Subspace, yep. High passing the filter makes more sense when you've got less post-processing because less processing equals better sounds due to fewer artifacts. Yeah, well, better's a subjective word there. Depends on the context, isn't it? If we're talking about, while we're talking about modern dubstep, the more aggressive the sound, you want more artifacts, usually. Unless those artifacts cost you headroom. In which case they probably don't like those. But yeah, the basses were a lot simpler back then, obviously, because they were pretty simple synths. Just got the wobbles with the filters. And are you talking to me, number? Am I Brody? Hello, Maslow. If so, thank you, by the way, number. Yeah, this is why I can't really pass on any advice. Nick, how did I connect with my clients initially? If I was starting in 2020, this is the thing. If I was starting in 2020, I have no idea what to do, really. I can't recommend much on that front. I'd have to do a different type of research, really. So the reason where I got my beginnings were, I mean, obviously it's a different time now anyway, so the advice is mostly irrelevant, but part of my whole origin story is 8 years in music shop retail. So I was selling the gear, I was selling the synths, the software, and then because it was retail and it was minimum wage, and I wasn't the type of salesman that would sell you something just because I got a commission from it. So my boss hated me because I would have a line out the door of people waiting for me that would, even though there was 15 staff at the shop, a lot of the clients would only speak to me because they knew I didn't bullshit them, basically. So, oh, sorry. I need to turn that down. I keep leaning on the keyboard. Sorry. So yeah, I had 8 years of building up relationships in music retail with people making music. And we were quite a big shop in Salford. It was called Sound Control. Sadly, it's just shut down 2 weeks ago. It became PMT, Play Music Today, or Professional Music Technology. I can't remember what the acronym was for. Not the PMT acronym that's typically used in England. Anyway, that shop just shut down, sadly. Some of my friends still work there, which is terrible. But anyway, yeah, I had 8 years working there, and then because it was minimum wage, I started teaching how to use music software as private tuition. I would get an hourly. I would charge cash hourly, drive to someone's house, give them a couple of hours tuition on mostly Cubase, Pro Tools, and Logic, it was at the time. Yes. So that built up even more things. And then I started mixing for people outside of shop hours. And then I did a good enough job at that people started. I had a couple of pretty rich clients who wanted me to be the engineer for a studio they were building. So I then that shop Sound Control went into liquidation as a business the very week that I was hired onto a studio. So I was very, very, very lucky. And then most of my clients that I work with today are from people I met through that studio. So I worked as I basically ran a studio for another 8 years, I think. Yeah, I think it was another 8 years. So, yeah, I suppose the one thing you could take away is still, you could still do work for people. Obviously, all my initial mixes for people were just free. They were just me trying to hone my craft. Not that I would recommend mix engineer as a job these days. obviously it's a bit too much of a singular outlook, and obviously mixing is less and less relevant over time. So I don't see it lasting as a unless you become so good at it that you're one of the few humans left that does it, like piano tuners and barrel makers. You might be able to charge a lot just for the fact that there's not many people left at it. That might become humans making music in general. We don't know yet. But I suppose, yeah, the one thing you could carry is still basically doing work for people, just getting your the one thing that it stands the test of time is tribalism. Basically, if you just think how humans behave and congregate and communicate, if you do enough work for enough people that enough people are impressed with, typically I think the ratio is you need 8 people to mention your name to one person. So if you hear the same name 8 different times from 8 different people, then suddenly it's kind of lodged in your brain a little bit. I must check this person out. They've been mentioned enough at this point. That's kind of the beginnings of your reputation, and then that's the beginnings of building your brand. So you have to pick something very niche. Like I say, I don't recommend mixing anymore, but for example, for this channel, I chose the more modern version of this advice is I chose to do more music theory based advice on dance music because no one else was doing that. Everyone was doing engineering tutorials and here, buy my presets for silence kind of thing. So I was like, I'm not interested in doing that. I want my initial foot in the door. The idea initially came from when Tropical House came through. I saw a window of opportunity because I'm like, well, I play guitar. None of these riffs are particularly complicated. I'm not a superb player, but I can play all these riffs. So why not make tropical guitar licks for DJs? Because most DJs don't play instruments, nor do they want to. I like this music. I can supply riffs. Surely there's a bit of a unique spin on that can... So even though that technically didn't work as is, that was I just kept doing things like that. And obviously the tutorials and then that built this reputation. And to the point where if anyone asked me for things like it for the first few years, if someone said, who mixes your tracks, I would send them to even though it was me, I would send them to a separate email address and say, message this guy. And it was still me on the email, but I wouldn't tell them because it was that important that the brand didn't get confused. When people know what you are and they respect what you are, word of mouth does the rest. More powerful than any possible advertising you could buy. So, in terms of, I don't know how you would make the problem with making contacts these days is it's both simultaneously much easier because of social media, and it's also much harder because it's not face to face. So if you're not going to go places like ADE, Amsterdam Dance Music Events, or where obviously you need to find out where your target clients would congregate. If you're not going to physically go there and try to make, try to shake hands. This is the first thing I noticed when I first saw one of my clients was working with David Guetta. Guetta. I always forget which one. Guetta, I think. Anyway, the first thing I noticed about David Guetta is he is just pure business, that man. He turns up to a venue and he is just shaking everyone's hand, jotting down phone numbers, making deals, and he is like a fly buzzing around the backstage of a venue. He's not partying. There was no drinking I saw. It was just pure business. He was just zooming around, meeting as many people as possible, finding opportunities. And I know once you get to a certain level, that's easier. But I still think the attitude is transferable, because that was his goal. It was pure climb to the top, and he did that via. Obviously, he already had his night in Ibiza. Fuck Me, I'm Famous. Sorry, not Ibiza. Was it Ibiza? Anyway, he already had his night, so he made so many contacts through that. I mean, there's another way you could do it. You could. One of my clients met most of his collaborators DJing because he was a promoter first and a DJ second. So he had a lot of experience putting on nights. So that's another way you could do it. But again, that's changing as well. Yeah, there's a lot of monopolies and kind of payola going on in the live space, but if there's a will, there's a way, I suppose. Yeah, I haven't really had proper thoughts on how you would network these days. I'm not a good networker myself, basically. Clients come through clients, unfortunately, so it's just get yourself out there as much as you possibly can. It could be through your music, it could be through credits on your music, it could be through promoting evenings. I don't know. If anyone else has advice that they recommend, definitely chime in. Hi Maslow, you want to hear stuff? Oh, well, let's put this back on in the background. Sorry. All the last things I've done have been trancey, melodic, techno-y things. I will just put this quick mix together to start the stream off with while I was getting people in. I forgot that was on screen. How accurate are the Beatport key listings? I've got a video about to come out on that. My answer is 75% accurate. And the reason they're 75% accurate is because if it says major, it's probably wrong, because when it can't guess the scale, it defaults to major. Major is not the second most popular scale in dance music at all. It's probably the fifth. Most popular is minor. Then I would say certain genres would be Frisian, certain other genres would be Dorian after minor. And then you've probably got Mixolydian before you've got major. I know those are technically modes, but it doesn't matter. Same thing. Modes are scales with fancy names. The problem is, all of these detectors are set up to only detect major and minor. So when it's not minor and it's something else, it just kind of craps out and guesses major. So if it says major, it's probably wrong, because most tracks are not major at all. It's very, very rare in dance music. In the poppier side you go, like towards the chart kind of dance stuff, some of that can be major. It's more likely that has a chance of being major. But again, still not majority by any stretch. You'll find Dorian and Frisian much more common than major. Can I make a video on chord recognition ear training? Yeah, the course I'm working on, it's going to be part of the course, I think. I mean, I will do a video on it, obviously, as well. It's not easy to teach at all. You have to strip it right back to interval training. You have to start with, in my opinion, melody recognition. So, for example, that melody there, you need to get to the point where you can tell what that melody is. Not in terms of actual notes, just in terms of their distance. So if it goes da da da, like I instantly go, that's 1 1 7 5. I don't know the key, right? Even though I wrote this track, I can see it says A sharp minor there, but instantly I wouldn't know the key if I heard this on the radio or something, right? So, sorry, radio, bad example. Spotify. God, I sound old-fashioned. I don't even listen to the radio. But yeah, ba 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 is a 1 7 5. You need to be able to get to the point where you can hear intervals like that, and that starts with sometimes singing helps, even if you can't sing. If you can articulate what your brain is decoding as coming out of your mouth, that can really help people connect it. It doesn't work for everyone, but if you can go 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1. And if you can sing a minor scale and know that's a minor scale and get that, I mean, I'm not a good singer. You can hear I'm terrible. But if you can get that roughly in the right area so that you understand that 1 2 3 4 5, so you hear 1 5 1 5, you can recognize 1 5 intervals, for example. You might start to recognize certain intervals more common than others. Well, in fact, you will, because obviously some sound better than others. So you start to hear things like that. So you have to start there, interval training. And then you go to smaller and smaller gaps. So you would go between like, where's my sound? Hello? Oh, sorry. I wanted this one. So if I played you this note, and then this note, it starts with the super basics. Can you tell if that note is higher or lower? So there's your starting note. Is this note higher or lower? It starts there. It's literally that simple. You have to, there's some good ear training courses on, I think it's called Joe Luger, Luegers, has a good musical ear training course for free online. But when you could recognize, first of all, higher or lower, and then you have to go, well, is this minor or is this major? Which one's that? Which one was minor? Which one was major? And then when you can do that, you start to be able to hear chord types, because obviously chords are notes played simultaneously. So that then means your brain has to be able to decode sounds simultaneously and break them apart. But you can't do that unless you've done the individual ones, the individual notes first, and they're what's called their intervals, the distances between them. So regardless of whether you know the language, minor, major, blah, 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 as long as you can work out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in whatever scale, obviously start with minor. If you're making dance music, I would recommend. Learn what the minor scale sounds like. Like I say, either humming it to yourself or just listening to it, and then start to be able to pick out which notes within that scale. There's apps you can get on your phone as well, which will test you, like, guess the note distance. It'll play you a note and then a different note, and you've got to guess how far away it is. Good way to train as well. I hope that makes a bit of sense. But yeah, well, I'll definitely do a video on it. And it's going to be part of my course, because most of my tutorials just keep banging on about ear training. So I can't not do an ear training course, can I? And I can't not do a musical one. Hi, Will. Did I see the name Yarden? You've been trying to make sax and tropical house music. Yarden sax, Michael Fair. Yep. Goldfish were deep chills and goldfish were inspirations. Such underrated sounds. All right, there wasn't a question in there. I thought there might be a question following. Yes, go for it. Very hard if you haven't got a sax player, though. You're going to have to rely on a lot of good samples. Ooh. Hang on. My feed is showing like it's stopped. Are we back? Hello? My feed went off there. Are we back? Can everyone hear everything? Let me just search for... We were never gone. Okay, good. The whole chat and YouTube live page just completely disappeared for me. Let me search for this ear training course so I can get the spelling exactly right. Leugers. Yeah. Joe Luger's Music Academy. I'll put it there in the chat. I got, I just got a black screen saying something went wrong. Luckily, the stream is recording via OBS, so that connection hasn't gone. I have changed internet suppliers since the last live stream, though, so I was slightly worried. I've not actually tested the quality of the connection. It's a faster connection, but I don't know if the quality is as good. Twinkle Twinkle plays on his opening channel. Well, that's good ear training. If you can tell the intervals of... That's your beginnings. I mean, I know it sounds... It's an awful patronizing melody, which you've probably not had to sing or memorize since you were a child. But it's actually great ear training, that one. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. A lot of the, in fact, any nursery rhyme really is good ear training. If you think about it, they are very simple melodies. Most of them are major, though. Oh, it's a YouTube chat thing, is it, Toaster? Interesting. Panic over. I'll put the music back on. Oh, hang on. It won't play back. Oh, it will play back. Oof. I thought it had frozen Ableton's audio output. What was this one? This was the 90s Sawtooth. Oh, that's right. I found this vocal. Da, 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 da. So I had to fill in the gaps because there was no chorus. Da, 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 da. Here Comes the Bride of the fourth interval. Yep. Although technically 5-1. Yeah, that makes sense. If they're already ingrained. I'm actually not confident which cultures share which nursery rhymes. Obviously, I know Farah Jacka comes from France, and we learnt that one in England, but I don't know if vice versa, which ones other countries heard and which ones didn't. That's a good one, Nate. Axel Foley. Yep, minor third, and then the fourth. Minor third, minor fourth. Sorry, minor third and then a fourth.
burn for you.
For anyone currently doing live ear training, let me just get a simpler sound. We'll put on the obligatory detune. So that's your minor third. Was it in F? I can't remember what the key it was in. Doesn't matter, does it? I instinctively just go to F for Axel F because it says F in the name. I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, so minor third, and then minor, not minor, just a fourth. It's not minor or major. And then that dip down is to 7. And then guess what this one is? That's a fifth. And guess what this one is? That's 6. You get 6, 5, 3. And then it's 1, 5, 1 up the octave. Back down to 1 and the 7. And then it's 5, low 5, 3, 1. Well, I've not played this for a while. Can I play it at the same time? Hang on. Yeah. I can't remember. Yeah, it's hard to play at the same time if you're not practiced. That's what piano playing is. It's just playing things very, very slow while your brain separates left and right hands until it becomes muscle memory. I've never had muscle memory. I know them. Obviously, I know the notes because I have relative pitch. I've never practiced the two together. Da, 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 da. That's very common in lots of music, lots of bass lines, 1 and 7. You hear bass lines with 1s and 7s in. In fact, just 1s and 7s in all the time. Or the octave. That's the 7 above. Yeah. I don't think I have any muscle memory left for any song now. I've been drawing them in for YouTube tutorials for 3 years with a mouse. Yeah. I've got more muscle memory for playing video games that require lots of button presses, like Path of Exile or Warframe. I've got the claw down. I've got more muscle memory for that than I have piano these days. It's kind of tragic, really. Did you ever do a mashup between metal and dance music? No, we were just discussing that earlier. We're thinking there's a few Meshuggah tracks which are definitely contenders. I think Meshuggah might make good melodic techno. Or minimal drum and bass or liquid drum and bass in a funny kind of way. Or house, I'm thinking. But yeah, Meshuggah, it'd be good to actually do a full cover. This skin for Vital is Default Modify 2 by, they are called Panasonic. I just found it on the Vital Skin theme forum, on the main forum there, the theme section. Panasonic, spelt almost as if you're going to spell Panasonic, but with a Y at the end. Let me type it in the chat. Something's gone wrong with my... I've got ghost characters on my typing bar here. Default modify to Panasonic. There we go. Oh, it won't let me copy paste into chat. That's interesting. I've got no chat button. Oh, that's weird. Oh! Hang on. Do I dare hit refresh? What is everyone's favorite genre? Favorite of all time for me would be industrial. Maybe. But that's... Well, industrial is an ideology. It's not like I listen to Throbbing Gristle on a daily basis, but I listen to Nine Inch Nails more than the originators of industrial. So I suppose it's what became of industrial, not actual industrial. But after I've worked in so many genres, I've got... There's nothing like trying a genre, thinking it's simple, then getting laughed at by the people who actually know what they're talking about from that genre, getting humbled, and then eventually doing it quite well. But it's a very humbling experience. So I have respect for pretty much every genre. Really. Hello, Nathan. Am I not included in everyone? Bit of a cop-out, but you don't have a favourite genre. No, I think that's fair these days. I think the older you are, the more used to kind of genre snob mindset you will have grown up with. But since music became so much more convenient to access, I think everyone agrees there's good stuff in everything out there. There's only two types of music, right? Good and bad. Am I worried about AI? No. Not worried, I suppose. I mean, you can't go through life worrying. I am conscious of potential future outcomes, yes. There's my flange hi-hat mix. Bristol Trip Hop. Is there anybody still making it, Nate? I was always more of a Portishead than than Massive Attack kind of guy. I really like Portishead's second album, the black and white cover. I can't remember what it's called.
It's not too
As long as you say thank you to ChatGPT, they will spare you. No, AI, yeah. People will never stop wanting to make music, will they? So, I don't know how many people. We're kind of in the heyday right now of it being so easy to... it's not easy to make, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not easy to make good music, but it's very accessible. So lots of people have had an opportunity when they never used to, which is, I think, super wonderful. AI obviously is going to generate lots of tools, just like auto-tune or a DAW is, in the sense it makes making music easier. There's going to be lots of that. And then you're going to have the divide between the snobs that don't want AI to be involved in any music they listen to, and they probably don't know it already has. And then they will pay extra to value whatever's being branded as fully human music. A bit like organic ingredients in food. I think there's going to be that kind of movement. And then whether it's valuable or sustainable as an art form, not sure. Because just because people want to make and listen to music doesn't mean it's a sustainable business. You know, there's always going to be poets. I always bring up the poetry argument. Speak to a poet if you want to know what passion looks like, because there's no industry for poets, yet they still write. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting landscape. Obviously, I'm currently concerned with, well, not concerned, but as in I'm thinking about what does the future of teaching music look like? Do I need to teach scales anymore? That kind of thing. Is there even a point? Obviously, there's current benefits to understanding them, but if all the software can do it for you in the future, you can wipe that decision out and not. It doesn't really affect your ability to make music, good or bad. If you could truly just make the production decision that you want to make music in a minor scale, or maybe you wouldn't even say that to the AI. You would say, make me a serious or melancholy melody, and then you could just judge it with your ears like a proper producer would when he was telling a musician to do. So the thing is, the more you extract the argument, like, where is the value in the human input of music? You have to talk about all the people currently studying at the Royal Northern College of Music, or the Royal College of Music. The best piano players in the world. You know, what is their job currently? Not even in the future of AI. What is their job currently now? Because unless you're in the top 3 in the world, your job is usually relegated to piano teacher, right? So is there value in the best human musicians, the best human players? Not really. But does it stop people wanting to learn? No. So yeah, there's all those kind of discussions for AI. It's going to be very interesting. Like I still go to see orchestral performances. Luckily, one of my friends is a violinist, and I've got another friend who's a cellist in a fairly local orchestra. And they put on performances every quarter, 3-4 times a year. And I go to see them whenever I can, because it's a very rare privilege to hear non-amplified, non-electronic music. That's very rare now. You think even a live band gig is usually amplified and electrified. Why is my brain shut down on that word? Anyway, you know what I mean. Even the guitarist, if it's a live acoustic guitar, even, it has to be microphoned and amplified usually, unless it's a very, very small venue. So yeah, I make sure to still go and see that, because that teaches you what true dynamics is as well. Great ear training for dynamics, going and sing in an orchestra, because they can get tremendously loud. And especially if you sat opposite the brass section. And they can be absolutely whisper quiet, to the point where you can hear just the general atmosphere of the room, and then inevitably someone coughing. You can hear that louder than the orchestra. That's dynamics, and it's a pleasure and a privilege. So I think there's going to be something for, but the problem is most of the seats were empty at those orchestra gigs, right? A lot of old people. They filled out the concert hall when they played a really popular piece, which was the Holst Planet Suite, one of my favourites. In fact, probably my most favourite orchestral work, Gustav Holst Planet Suite. They filled the concert hall for that, but most of the time it's not even half full, really. So again, is it sustainable? Not sure. I don't think they're really. I think they're all volunteers, or I'm not actually sure how that works. They do charge ticket prices, obviously, but I don't think it's enough to cover 60 musicians or however many is in the orchestra. Obviously, extremely inefficient art form in terms of a business. But you could on one page you could see. I mean, on one hand you could see that would be worth over £100 a ticket, not 12 or whatever they charge, compared to a DJ gig, which doesn't have live performance other than the one person on the decks. So yeah, the problem is what people value more than what's prompt engineering is going to become a very, very important and very high paid job in the short term. If you're not a good prompt engineer, it doesn't matter what the AI is up to. So where that stands in the context of music depends on how people value AI in general for music. I think the general consumer won't care how it's made. I've heard some really good AI tracks, but they were prompted very well. Hi, Titan. Sit in, Titan. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, I'll have to. One of my future tutorials will be the best prompts. I'm sure. Soups. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Tail 5. Launch key can just bind whatever scale to the white keys. I already had one of the first things I made in Ableton racks was probably that exact thing. There you go, 2016. I made this rack. This is probably compatible with Live 8 or maybe Live 7. But it's just, pick your key. They're all listed here. And it's on the white keys because if you don't have a keyboard attached, Live can turn your QWERTY keyboard into a into an actual musical keyboard, right? So A minor, well, I wouldn't have to touch it. That's me playing the QWERTY keyboard. H is A. I can hear H, J, K is A, B, C. But yeah, that's one example. I mean, for me, these kind of tools are no different to AI in a creation sense. So you're going to have those that we actually shortcut music making. Like, why would you need to play the white keys at all in the future? You could skip that step. Yeah, on the subject, what Subspace is talking about there, I'm actually more concerned with. There's an economist called Yanis Varoufakis, I think is how you pronounce his name, a Greek economist. He came up with the term of techno feudalism, which isn't a musical genre. It's he was talking about how we're going back to feudalism, but in a digital way. And feudalism was kind of before we had capitalism, so it was a rent-based economy. So in other words, everything will be rented, everything will be a subscription, there'll be no possession, and it can be ripped out from under you. Anything you've worked towards could be ripped out from under you, should the terms and services say they can. That's the more scary side for me. But again, people don't care because Spotify is now profitable. It wasn't for many years, but people don't care about owning music. I suppose it is going back the other way. Vinyl and cassette is back in a way, I suppose, to the people that it matters to. So yeah, we'll see. It's an interesting discussion where this might go, and then I've got to figure out where I lie in the great scheme of things. What do I teach? Can I teach anything that's relevant? But yeah, I'm more concerned with everything becoming a subscription than I am with what AI does to music as an art form, to be fair. In terms of worried, if you were to use that word, I'd be more worried about techno-feudalism, rentism, whatever you want to call it. I literally just have Splice, and I would argue Splice has value because you do keep the sample once it's downloaded. You keep the certificate as well for your rights to use it non-exclusively, and obviously we need those certificates when people when anyone flags it on YouTube. You need to present your license. So you get to keep what, and there's obviously so much new stuff added every day, week, month, that I don't really mind. It's still less than I would spend on sample CDs back when those were a thing. So I don't mind Splice at all. That's literally the only subscription I have. Like, I have Slate plugins here, Slate Digital, but I don't pay the subscription. I pay the $200 for the perma license, which is foolish by certain people's estimate, but yeah, not that I use them that often these days because the freeware is so good, but I bought the perma licenses for all of these. Yes, Lander's new terms of service are absolutely disgusting. I would never advise Lander as a subscription service to anyone. That's a very good, I like that one, Nate. You should make a classical techno banger called Techno Fugalism. Yeah. I have done dance remixes of Toccata and Fugue, D minor, obviously. It turns out church organs sound terrible in a club, though. Big mistake. Should have just made a synth version of it instead of the. The problem is everyone recognizes that line, right? Da 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 da. And it's really easy to make a good line of that. Da 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 da. Very good line for polyrhythm and messing around with, but D minor, pretty good key as well. A bit low, but yeah, just I should have used a synth instead of a church organ. Techno fugalism, I like it. I'm stealing it. Taxi driver just uses Ableton's defaults. Yep, nothing wrong with that. I don't actually, to be fair, I've had Splice for so long and Vital and other things obviously before that. Serum, Sylinth, Massive. I had East West Orchestra and then Contact came with a really good built-in one, so I stopped using that. So I don't actually check in often with the built-in packs. In fact, I don't even know if I've installed the current packs inside of Ableton. So I don't even know how good the sounds are that come with it. I use the defaults, the drum machines, the 808-909, DMX, the Lindrum. Those are really handy to have as drum libraries. I very rarely find myself using anything else though. Speaking of church organ, well, that's not really a church organ. Now that, for example, is terrible. It's in drums for some reason as well. I'm not sure if that's built in Ableton. That's half the problem as well. I've merged so many things with the library, with the inbuilt library. Yeah, this is definitely Ableton stuff. You can tell I've not used it because it hasn't previewed hasn't generated the preview for it yet. In fact, it isn't. No, some of these work, some of them don't. Interesting. Do I have to wait? Or are they just not installed? Yeah, some play instantly. Interesting. In my mind from many years ago, the stuff that came with Ableton wasn't good enough, but that's probably not the case anymore. The inbuilt grand piano is fine, I know that much. Not great for dance music, but workable. I'm not sure what it's like for your default kind of keyboard sounds or acoustic sounds like guitars, or obviously I know it has the guitar synthesizer, the pluck things. That's a decent sounding acoustic kit. Does it give you control over the amount of compression? Because that sounds a bit squashed, but Is that actually like samples, or is that drum machine cut up samples? Yeah, it's MIDI. All right, good. Whoops. That's not bad. That's got control of the transients. That's handy. It's going through something squishy though. Oh, it's doing it via that. Sounds like these sounds are already, the snare drums particularly is already compressed, but that's totally usable for an acoustic kit. I bet where it struggles is for like proper dance kick drums, I think. I'd have to do a review of the electronic drums that aren't the vintage kits. It sounds like you could do Bristol hip hop. Trip hop. Yeah, the acoustic kits sound fine. Some old school hip hop stuff in. Not hearing. I know I'm just skipping through randomly, but not hearing any. Obviously, the kits are fine, but you can't use those kick drums really for modern. Does it have any house beats built in? It's alright. Turn up my headphones. Can't quite tell. Oh, this is an audio loop, is it? This is. So you don't get the kick drum. That's a shame. Oh, my preview's down. Oh, it is MIDI. I just thought the preview was audio. It must give you. Is that a good kick drum? Nah. It's a bit high. And then you're going to lose too much when you go. Possibly workable. That's literally the only house loop though. Yeah. You do some good Afro house with that maybe? Yeah, Ableton's fine for built-in effects, certainly. Not sure about sounds. You still might need, well, for certain genres, you're going to need some proper drum kits, I think. Have I experimented with spectral compression? Yes. I showed one in the how to mash up video. There's a great free one called Flora by Ewan Bristow. I actually want to work with this guy because I've got an idea for a plugin which would use... I don't know if it's his spectral engine, actually, or if it's just something you can do with the... oh, what am I looking for? Sorry, I need to load plug data, not Flora. It's a third-party engine. And then you load Flora from within plug data. There we go. Not good to demonstrate it on a full track. And I think it has a built-in limiter. Oh no, I've turned it off. But I find it really useful for side shading. It's basically a more accurate version of Track Spacer. I don't use any kind of spectral compression like Soothe. I've never really needed to. And I'm not sure what that trend's about. Don't really agree with the principles of quashing resonances unless there's something actually distinctly wrong with the sound. But those kind of resonances tend to be, you can notch those out with a static EQ, not a spectral one. I've not experimented with it in terms of sound design, really. I need to put this inside a headroom because it's set up way too sensitive. I need to add some headroom either side. But yeah, I use this all the time in sidechain mode to get a vocal through a really busy track. That's where I use spectral compression. So it just ducks out the vocal frequencies from the pads or the leads, etc. What Max for Live plugins am I using, Toric? Good question. I tend to, my only real go-tos, like on most projects, are the LFO, the you know, the real utility stuff. I didn't like the color limiter, although it was a nice. It's perfectly fine. Granulator 2 is really cool, but I've not dived into it yet. LFO, what's the other one? The MIDI envelope follower in general. Sting, which is the acid generator. I can't remember which one's the more recent. Acid line generator. That's about it. Oh, sometimes I use it's all, yeah, again, it's all utility plugins. Sometimes I use the MIDI. What's it called? It lets you see your like your velocities and gives you like random outputs. So I've just changed that back round, haven't I? I'm sure it's MIDI. Or it might just be a MIDI plugin. MIDI expression control. No, that's not. I don't think this is Max for Live. No. Not many is the answer. I forgot I'd installed Granulator 2. Came with 11 or 12, didn't it? If I remember rightly. I've still not dived into. The only time I really messed with granular synthesis is for interesting pad textures, but then the free Labs has tons of them in it, and I always go for that. I use that, even though they're samples, you don't have any control over them. That's kind of my go-to for Labs, so that problem was already solved by the time Granulator came out. I used to really love the granular synth inside of Cubase when they added one around like Cubase 7, was it? 7 or 8? But since Ableton didn't have one, I've kind of forgotten that I used to love it. Anyway. I'm sure there's a video in there somewhere of me rediscovering Ableton. I don't know if it'd be very interesting, though. Or useful. Sonic Sound, your friend has made a VST, has he? Has they? Sorry? Have they? What is it? John Stamos is in the chat. Oh, that's a great film. Is it Step Brothers? I'm thinking of. They're talking about John Stamos. What's being asked here? My top 10. What would be my top 10 VSTs? That would be a video. Yeah, Toric, I use HD25s for all my headphone checks. They do tell you an awful lot, even though they're not technically monitoring headphones in the mixing sense. They're very good for it. They certainly match the way my ears perceive sound anyway. Did someone just say OTT on the drum bus? Nate? I hope that was a joke. Who's putting OTT on a drum bus? Seriously. The problem is subspace. Why do you need to even out the frequency response of a sound? Because the only sound that has truly even response is pure noise. So the problem with these spectral compressors and these deresonators like Soothe is they duck the resonances, the bits that stick out of the sound. But that is what makes the sound identifiable in the first place. That is the whole point of the sound's timbre. If you were to purely even out a sound, you're just left with noise, because the bits sticking out are the notes and the character. So this goes back to the compressor argument. It's like, why are you compressing things? Are you doing it to make it look better with your eyes? Because sure, yeah, it stops the spikes from appearing on the screen. I would never argue it sounds any better, though. It depends. If you're purposely spectral compressing to change the music to noise ratio, then fine. But don't do it because it looks more even. What do we do in this stream? Counting lines on the grid. Yes, it looks like that, doesn't it? I'll tell you what, I do have something I wanted to attempt. Yes, Nate. Okay for a bit of targeted deharshing, but easily removes all the characteristics of a sound. Yes, exactly my problem with it. My top 10 VSTs. Who's replied with vital, 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 and vital? I suppose vital is definitely in there. That sounds like a video. Who asked something about LFO? Everyone's put OTT on everything. OTT on drum bus is terrorism. I agree. Oh, no, you said drum bus and... All right, sorry, I misread your comment. Right, okay. Drum bus and the plug-in drum bus and OTT are good stock effects. Yes, yes. Agreed. Processing chain, OTT Soothe, OTT Soothe. Yep. That will even out any piece of music. Metal dance music incoming, surely. Should we try that now? I did. There was a comment left on one of my recent videos, which I've left unhearted. If I don't heart your video and I heart someone else's video, by the way, if I don't heart your comment and yet you can see I've hearted everyone else's, it's because I'm leaving your comment to come to later, because that's the only way of keeping track of it in YouTube, unfortunately. So yeah, Dr. Notter, interesting name. He wanted to look at this song called Lane 8. This is Our Earth. I don't know if any of you know this, because I didn't know it. I don't know if it's popular, but I took one listen, and I instantly knew I couldn't tell him how to make the sounds. He was asking for how the sounds are made, and straight away on first listen, albeit it was on my phone, I instantly knew this wasn't like, they're not normal sounds at all. And I thought it would make a very interesting, I don't, like I say, I'm not really trying to do recreates because they don't perform well. But in terms of a synth lesson, I was just curious personally, because all the sounds I heard in this song were all basically very, very different. I don't think it's a lesson in creating a successful song, but in terms of learning how to make unique sounds, it would certainly be valuable. It is a very cool. Reminds me of early techno, but with different synths. So basically, every synth I've heard so far isn't normal. I don't know how just from listening alone, I don't know how I would make it. That's a vocal. Yes, I've actually downloaded that virus thing, but I failed to install it because it requires running like an emulation engine. The flat earthers won't be happy. Yeah, it's good. The video helps, doesn't it? So other than that vocal sample, the virus I heard was identical. I don't think it was even a case of being close. I think it was actually identical. But regarding this song, you can hear why I was struggling to answer the question, how do you recreate it? I think the main chords, I think that's a sample. Because I can hear formant shifting. Yeah, I can hear formant shifting on the chords, so I think that's a sample. A sample of what? Who knows? It's a bit like trying to guess those rave stabs I struggled with so much. Vocoded vocal, that's easy, can do that well. I know how to vocode easily. Obviously, can't recreate the actual vocal. That drone pad is a vocal. That's a vocal. Oh, sonic sound. Right, you need the bin file, the firmware, like a console emulator. Basically, you need the actual. That's how they got around the legal side of it, is it? Hi, Joe. I'm checking out this track someone asked me to explain the sounds of, because I found it very, very hard to understand what was going on. So I wanted to listen to it on headphones, see if anything became clearer. But I'm no closer to. I think I can hear a vowel filter on one of the percussion parts. That thing. Either that or it's just a bandpass filter, resonant bandpass filter. Sounds like it's a bandpass filter on the toms. Unless it is a synth. But yeah. So that means the thing filtering in at the beginning is the chords, which is a sample. It does have a bass sub underneath it, unless that's part of the sound. Oh no, there is a separate sine bass, I think. The drums sound like random samples. Sounds like an acoustic hi-hat. I couldn't identify if that's from a drum machine. The snare drum sounds very DMX-y, but it's not a DMX. I think. But again, it sounds like a hybrid acoustic electronic snare. I think there's one normal synth in there, which is just like a saw wave, a resonant major third saw wave thing. There's definitely something in there with like a 20 interval, is it? No. 16 is major third, isn't it? Just sounds like that. I need to take all these envelopes off. Slow attack. Sounds like a weep. Yeah, there's like a thing in there. A lot of vocally type sounds, isn't there? As for the main chords, I have no idea what that sound is. I know what the chords are. Well, I could work them out quite easily. I don't know how I would recreate the sound. Yeah, I just thought that was a really interesting request. Ow, ow, ow. That's kind of acid. Obviously, resonant filter. I just don't know what's underneath it. Yes, yes, Joe. We're talking about the. I think it's the DSP 56. 300. Yeah. I'll be able to find the ROM. I still talk to the person who I sold my Virus TI to. I had a Virus TI Polar. I'll probably be able to get a real extraction. Technically, legally. So I'll be able to find the ROM some way or another. I don't know if it's an analog drum machine. Titan. I've struggled with your name before, haven't I? Or if it's an analog drum machine, it's one that used samples, like kind of Lin DMXy. It's not purely electronic sound synthesis. There's a sample in there. Does the Casey have a fat R board, does it, Nate? I just ordered, back in April, I ordered the Keylab 3 88. Because I need a replacement for my Roland. And I heard the Keylab had a fat R board. But I ordered it from that shop that's now gone under, so I've lost £800. They closed. Went into liquidation, so I can't get my keyboard now. It was delayed till June as well, and they closed in May, or beginning of June, I think. Yeah, I would only grab the virus emulator for nostalgia's sake. I mean, it is a great synth. But yeah, I'm with Joe on this one. If you've got Surge or Vital or Serum, I think they're both easier to use and a bit more versatile now. Oh, Hendrix knows it. Lane 8. Was it you who... No, it wasn't you. Who asked for me to check out Lane 8? It was Dr. Notter. The funny part was they commented, could I pay you for an hour's session? And I was thinking, even one sound in this track would take me longer than an hour to find out how to make it. This ain't quick. I mean, whoever, I don't know if it's modular synthesis or someone just knows their samples or something, but... And again, if I was to make a video on it, what's the lesson? What really is the lesson here? 256,000 views 4 years ago. So it's not a... No, obviously no diss to Lane 8. They're obviously not trying to be commercial. I'm just trying to think, what's the takeaway lesson I could teach? Because it's not about making... It's just about making cool noises, right? Is it just one guy? Looks like it. I did a remix of Ghost Voices. So what's this track called? Is this our Earth? $3 million on spot. That's not too bad. $1.8 monthly. That's pretty good. What's the most popular track like? Piano. Oh. Not a piano. Or a re-synthesized piano. Well, the sound design is certainly fascinating. I'm into that. That's a simple saw wave brass. This is quite commercial.
I've been staring
When did this come out?
I stay and move to change the view of where it leads.
4 writers on it.
Of where it leads. I've been staring at a road.
That reminds me of is it Klanghelm? No, not Klanghelm. What are they called? Klanghelm? Not Klanghelm. Oh, I've forgotten.
I've been staring at a road. I've been staring at a road. I feel the weight of what I need. Come crash for force.
Nice vocal.
I see the stars that light the sky and I wonder where I fit in a life. Into love.
You can't go big because the vocal doesn't drop, does it? So you have to keep it chill. I wonder which way it was written.
I've been staring at a road.
How do I find out what date this came out?
I've been staring at a
What does it
road.
say? Oh, there we go. 2020.
I've been staring at a road.
What's it remind me of? I'll have to see if it comes to me. That synth and vibe is so similar to a track I used to love about a decade ago. I can't remember their name. Copyright senses tingling. Oh, we've long been demonetized, I think. Most of the live streams are. Oh. Suspended for policy violation. What, just then? Are we back up? We've done that practically every live stream. About 5 minutes back. How long was it down for? Was it on... oh, was it the Spotify? Did it do it on the YouTube or the Spotify? Suspended, then resuspended. I wonder if Spotify is watermarked on its output. I've never tested it. It happened on the YouTube. Oh, you had to refresh to get it back up. Some saying YouTube, some saying Spotify. So it happened before I brought up Lane 8 on Spotify. With the NASA footage. I wonder if it's a video thing. Oh, as a fact, I just probably wasn't commenting for long enough. Sorry about that, guys. My bad. Damn, I was going to try and figure out that main synth, but probably not. What was I talking about? Who knows? Well, for the last couple of minutes, I was trying to think what that Lane 8 track reminded me of, and failed. It reminds me of another artist. The poppy one that's on his... the track called Road, that was on his Spotify. Mostly what I was talking about with the Is This Our Earth track was just how difficult it would be to recreate the sounds for a video, and then what would the lesson be about it. No, I've never had the stream suspended before, Metric. I normally joke that we get demonetized all the time, but I usually get that message after we've ended the stream, which just means I can't monetize any future views on the live videos, which is fine. It's kind of where I don't mind. I try to keep the demonetization to a minimum on the main videos for the channel. But I don't mind on the live because there's not really any other way we can check out what people are asking me to do. Well, I've never actually had the stream suspended. I wonder if it was the video footage. Can I figure out Sleeper from Jimpster? I probably can't, you know, if we're getting stream suspended messages and I don't know why they're coming through. The problem is nothing changed at my end. So I wonder if it was it everyone? Or was it just people in certain countries, I wonder? It was the NASA footage. NASA footage should be public domain. Not sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously they've unless they licensed to use it on some exclusivity. Maybe it wasn't public footage. I mean, technically there is copyright infringement. Me playing back the track. It should be fair use and fair dealing for commentary. In our context, if I'm trying to teach something about the track. But that's not usually recognized live by the algorithm, by the auto ID bot. Anyone outside of, are you saying Germany had it, as in you got the suspension notice in Germany? So America definitely went down, Germany. See, I got no notification whatsoever. Let me full screen my YouTube video here. I've got no notifications. Let me check on my... Nope. Switzerland went down. Right, so it's not. England went down. Right, okay, well, I'm UK and I got no... I'm streaming from the UK and I got no notification. That's quite annoying, isn't it? Nothing's appeared on my app. Denmark, I presume is DK. Is that right? Luminosity, the esports org, or is that an artist, Luminosity? I'll probably get a notification after the stream ends saying, obviously can't be monetized, but never had a suspension before. That's not good. So Europe, America, basically Africa, if you're saying South Africa. Luminosity was a music event. All right, sorry. I was watching the Rocket League finals earlier, so they have I think one of their American sponsors is Luminosity, has a team. So I just instantly think of esports these days. Luminosity Beach Festival. You'd think I would know more about that than the Rocket League Luminosity, wouldn't you? That's a bit of a shame. Where is it? Subspace? Yeah, well, we're obviously live again. What should we do for the last hour or so? I should make something, shouldn't I? Happened in Mexico as well. Yeah, looks like the world then. Top 5 quick tips for production in dance. God, you don't know me very well, do you? Is it possible for me to give quick tips? Does 30-minute rants count as a quick tip? What would be my top 5? You see, these are the videos that are like 6 minutes long that take me like 2 months to think about and make over the course of like 7 days recording. Well, I get the script right to make it nice and concise, because I don't know if you've heard of the phrase, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. I can't remember where the quote comes from. I think it's been misattributed, to be fair, lots of times. If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. That's the hard bit about making videos which are concise and useful. It's I'm not saying I'm good at them, because I don't make concise videos, but I make them as concise as possible, and it takes a tremendous amount of time to cut the information down. Top 5 dance tips. I suppose it would be watch my video on how to not master. Would be tip number 1. Because as soon as you get your low end right, everything just falls into place far easier. In the top 5 has to be do some ear training, do lots of ear training, both musical and engineering. So you can recognize frequencies and sounds. What else would there be? Quick tips, the extended remix. Yes. It's be the lick, not be the quick. Yes, Brad. That's basically me in a nutshell. Oh, I'll tell you what, let's open it up to the floor, shall we? What would you say? Give me the most valuable thing you've taken away from my channel. What would you guys say? Because this is the hardest bit of this interaction, where I try and pass on knowledge. Believe it or not, it's really hard for me to tell what's useful or what's not. From your angle, it sounds obvious because you're in need of the knowledge, but there's so many things I've said in the middle of a video which they might have been throwaway advice, or they were out of context for the video, and people have said, oh, that was the most useful bit. And it's impossible for me to know which are the good takeaways, because I've been doing it for so long. So much of it is habits, ingrained kind of habits. I actually can't tell you what I know to be genuinely like most valuable from your perspective. It's very hard to be in other people's shoes. The most valuable thing you've taken away is paying for ads doesn't work. It can if you've got enough cash. Even then, I would say there's a threshold of return, I'm sure. Well into the millions of spare cash. I mean, obviously, you can be smart about what ads you buy. Reference. Seagulls. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely in the top 5, isn't it? I think referencing. People don't do that early enough and enough in general. My approach to leveling, you mean the how to not master video thing? That type of leveling. The master meter lies, yes. Use references, yes. Not ignoring the importance of groove. Good, yeah. Arrangement decisions, okay, good. Lots of little things for you, is it, Toric? General approach, my thought process. I think that's a hard one to kind of yeah. I'm glad you like it. I don't think it's something I would try and teach as a an approach in general, because I think that's just down to different people learn and process in different ways, don't they? So I would never presume my way would be best or good for certain types of people. But I'm glad it resonates with you. Needing to release music to find out who your fans are. Yes. Finish stuff, basically. I think, yeah, and Joe says stop mucking about. For the non-English mucking about just means messing about. Stop waiting, stop procrastinating. Finish the track. I could tell Joe's from the UK. Because he uses terms like mucking about and finish the bleeding track. And hit publish. Yes. Finish the damn track. Get it out. Remix it later. Yes. Thoroughly agree. Get your sourcing of sounds right. Yep. That's hard without ear training. In general, I explain how to do the thing and why, not just do the thing. I do, yeah, that does frustrate me the most with most people's tutorials that I watch. There's very little setup or context. So I'm glad you found that valuable. It is a lot like cooking. I know a lot of recipes. I'm not a very good cook because I don't practice it to any high level, I suppose. I don't finish enough meals. How to get making a song and not only creating loops. Are you saying that's what you want to learn, Toric, or something you got from my channel? I have done definitely one video on finishing the loop, haven't I? The one with the Loop Hero thumbnail from the video game, Loop Hero. And possibly another one in the, I suppose the arrange video is a finish the loop video. Horizontal arrange video. The theory of finding a chord progression for a vocal was useful. Good. How to put drums louder. I do have very loud drums. That's kind of one louder than some of my peers, I think. I'm not trying to boast. I just mean in terms of my balance preferences have always been, because I'm always so sensitive for I'm listening out for transients, right? So again, part of the ear training thing is I listen for them and I like them because that creates dynamics. It's also easy to mix very transient heavy drums because if the transient pokes through and then the rest of the sound doesn't get in the way of the other sounds, then it's easier to balance the track, isn't it? Because your drums are always going to poke because they're transient heavy. And then the rest of the music can get on with the sustained sound, the actual musical bits. So I suppose that's another reason I like transient heavy drums. But in terms of balance, I do err on the side of loud drums in general, regardless of genre, in fact. Regardless. But yeah, I've not really noticed. How did I mix? I'm still working on the what's it called? Busting track mastering myths. Yeah. I think that changed the game for a lot of people, that one. I think in general the kick is the loudest instrument, usually. Depends on genre, but it's not something you can judge with the meters, is it? Doesn't matter what the numbers say. But in terms of energy and overall breadth of frequencies, I suppose the kick is, because you're sidechaining from it, so if everything is ducking when the kick is in, technically it's probably the loudest thing in the track overall. So yeah, but it doesn't, the point is you don't have to think about it that way in terms of it always has to be the loudest thing. Nothing always has to be anything, especially if you're trying to be original. I tell you what we can do. I grabbed a vocal. It was one of the alternate vocals for when I was making the Stutter House stuff. I might just put another chord progression to it and finish the track. What was it? Metering, yes.
You did before, no. And I could put some words to a melody, but I'm not sure you'd care. I could play some chords, write a symphony, and you would still stand right there.
I like the dropping of the word symphony there. I could put some strings behind that.
Maybe tonight I'll finally see.
Where was it?
That's what we're here for.
I hope you're doing. But have you ever thought?
Maybe it was.
There's always a place where. Would you be fine if I leave by the time the sun is out? I do not need to put a show, I will be fine.
It's a pretty strong melody. I'm sure it had summer in. It was something to do with summer. Because I was annoyed that I've not really made a summer track yet.
Everyone we meet.
I will miss you, always calling me up. Listen to me closely, this time I won't let this go.
Well, I know why I hit like on that one. The track's done. I just have to stick. I just have to stick a drum beat and a bass on that, and it's done. I can hear it's a chord 6 start, so I presume that's if it is C sharp, that would be A. I might just crack on with that. That's nice. Chords 1, 3, and 7 in there. Could always put that up a semitone, C sharp, match it, make it another section of the track.
Bring me back. Oh, you be. Don't stop my desire.
Oh, that was a great vocalist, UK Pop and House. I've used a couple of hers now, but I've already used it. So. I am going to... Oh, no, that was the wrong one, wasn't it? That major? That sounds major. That was one, wasn't it? I'll leave that for another track. Yeah. Shame I can't find the vocal I was thinking of, but...
You could have kissed her in the first place. Now you're used to. Why can't you just pick up your phone?
Sexy. Ow.
I got a fever, high or die.
Won't you catch me?
I think it was before that.
I made that sound.
Through the tank.
It's something to do with summer, sunshine. Let me search sun. The problem is this search doesn't work unless the word is separated.
Not too late to chase the sun.
No, it wasn't that.
Just you wait.
Not until the sun burns out.
Ooh. Was it that?
Not until the sun burns out.
Not too late.
Sun burns out. No. I don't think it's pretty chill though. I'll grab those other two, make a track.
So many times I've heard.
In fact, I wonder if that website will... I know what the chords are, but... trying to think what would make a useful video in the future. So we're going to imagine that's the drop. That's some kind of middle eight. Drag the drums in from Stutter House. Seeing as it's already done. Oh, I did start. It's summertime, so I've already started the. Or was that just to remind myself? Doesn't matter. I want drums, bass. Let's grab the pads. I think I only had one lead sound, so I'll just make a new one if I need to. I've got a feeling this track won't need a lead, though. Do 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 do. Currently playing Subway Surfer. That's still a great game. What was the other one? Jetpack Joyride. What was the endless runner that was? Oh, Temple Runner, was it? Back when mobile games were half decent. Oh, that's not going to work. That's not going to work unless I drag all those in at the same time. You can see recent downloads, Cook, but I think my recent downloads are things I've made in the last... it was definitely a few weeks ago when I finished the Stutter. I remember hearing some kind of sunny summer vocal and thinking I could put chords 1 and 4 on that. The summer chord progression, and it would be perfect. But it was over a month ago, and I've probably downloaded 1,000 samples since. I shall have to stumble upon it. Right, I need all these at the same time. Go. Temple Run. It was Temple Run. Many an extra long bathroom session playing Temple Run. Cream rings a bell, yes. I'm sure we've looked at Cream in the last... I've got some kind of vinyl emulation on there. Can you hear that? Something's giving away a lot of noise. We've got vinyl on the drums somewhere. Oh, yeah, it's all this stuff. Let me just turn off that for a second. That's going to get very annoying. Oh, it's the textures rack. Oh, there's the volume. That's just the density, is it? Let's just turn that down, and then... I know what this hiss will be. It'll be... Is it just you? Yeah. And we've got more. Oh god, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. I'm going to be swatting vinyl crackle for... Let's crack on with the song, shall we? So I'm not hearing a swung. Well, the sample wasn't swung, so... Oh, did I delete the sample? I've deleted the sample, haven't I? I've deleted the sample. Let's go and grab them again. How very amateur of me. You. And you. Right, so when you find... Which bass am I using? I am using... Don't need that one yet. What's the side chain? It's on the bus. Okay, that saves me a job. Let's just get the drop working. Probably here-ish. Where's my effects? I need to judge if this is too big a symbol or something. Bar 33. Let's start on. Where's our sample? You. I might have to see what else is in the pack. Wonder if that vocal's available without stuttering. Oh, without the vocoder. Interesting progression. 6 7 1 7 1 7 1 7 1. I can hear. I need to take all these off swing. Let's just say no groove for now. Why am I drum so quiet? I don't want the break. I don't think I want the break. I want chill. Kick drum might not be bright enough for the to get past the sample. I think we're going to need a new kick. It needs to be a bit a little bit brighter than that, a bit heavier. Even though I want it to be chill. I still want it to be kind of pretty rocking at the bottom. Drums. What have I already got? Kicks. There we go. Bit high. That's not bad. That's not bad. Does it have enough chest though? It's got the brightness and the thump. Something's going on with the... Oh, that's why. My group. The group which I'm talking over is ducking the level. Right. There we go. And this is out of the group. That's why. Sorry if any of you have already told me that in the chat. I'm not looking. I'm in get going mode. I don't want the garage. Oh, skips. There we go. Don't need those either. We just need this. I want this to roll. If I need more 16s, I need. Oh, I'll just turn those up, shall we? Ooh. Not sure about that resonance. That's a bit rough on my ears. As is the other one. Ugh, I hate stuff up there. Save me. Clap. Well, I'll judge a clap reverb afterwards. Right, are we auto side chaining on this group? Let's hear how it sounds with that. We automate. I've also noticed it's very wide. Oh dear. Okay. Kick can come down a bit. Let's do this bass. So it says it's C sharp. That means chord 1 is it sounds like 6, so that would be A. And I need to be not swung. Yeah, that's right. I think we're here. Let's just get this balance right first. And up to the C sharp, right? Now the question is, do we go high or do we use the low one? That would be a nightmare in a club, C sharp. Might be able to roll a tad of the bottom end off. Rebalance the mono stereo of that sample because it is weak in mono. Yeah, okay. So it's it's just going between these two now, isn't it? Oh, I like the accidental octave. Okay. Oh no, only some of my groups are in the vocal side chain. Hang on a minute. Let me pull this out of here. And then we'll put the lot inside of there. Then I can talk over it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Note length. Yeah, I think I'll do the rest with release. It's a weird chord length, even though it's technically 8 bars. I might have to take a set up that expectation by dropping the kick, I think. Right, let's tackle this left-right balance. I mean, mid-side balance. I think it's just a case of... Actually, let me measure that. I think in general it's just bright. I don't think it was bright in any particular frequency. Let me check the correlation meter. Oh. So the release is bad after the... So when the vocal's present, it's got some mono content. Whenever the synth, whatever the synth was they used for the vocoder was extremely wide is the problem. Let's just use ARX then, I think. Do I normally enter with a mouse? I've got so fast at it these days. It depends on what the line is like. If it doesn't require a played in groove, I won't play it in usually. Could hit the E sometimes after the B on the bass line. I'll check in a second. Hello, ouchie, ouchie. I hope you're not in pain today. Right, where was that frequency problem? Either side of 1K, so 700 to about 2.5. Let's make that this band. That was already kind of there, wasn't it? So recover the stage of everything else apart from that band. Not enough, apparently. Oh, the meters before. Sorry. My bad. I was measuring before, not afterwards. And then stuff below 200, that can be mostly mono. We'll be filtering that out. Checking mono. There's a tonal something squeaky, harsh, or something in the mids there. Mid-side, mid-side, mid-side. Yeah, I just need that out of the middle. Yeah. That was what was annoying me. It's in both. It was just more apparent in mono. So I can just do that here. That's harsh. I'll let it go for now. The top seems alright. I still need more Have we got shakers here? Grab the shakers. I need this rolling 16th percussion to be driving the thing. I might drop the open hi-hats as well, rebalance. This kind of thing. We need a bit of sidechainy type behavior on this, I think. That's a very... I think I need to swap that around. That one's got the attack on it. Oh. Oh, the pitch is wrong. We'll just pitch that last one up. Nope. Better though. Right, the 909 can come down, definitely. In fact, I should be deleting these automations that are from the previous song. I don't need those. What's that doing? Envelope. Oh, length. Okay. We'll have to get a separate sub in at some point. Sound like a chorus yet? Is that dropping? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not coming from anything. So. Oh, sounds pretty good. ARX is free, yes. Sonic Sound. Unfortunately, PC only, I think. But if you're on Mac, there is a multi-band width plugin called Monster, spelt MONSTR, by White Elephant, if I remember rightly. So we're gonna have to find a vocal for over the top of that, aren't we? Can I find a... Actually, let's just search all vocals. Key. C sharp minor.
I can't wait to kick it with you. I just wanna spend the whole night. Waking up is better with you. Can we do it every night?
Girl's from London, isn't she?
Love me like I love you. Love me like I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
That's not awful. There's just a dub hook. If we can't find a that is not C sharp minor.
Never get enough about you. You were so sweet, but I f***ed it up.
waiting for the right time.
I've just used that one. Alt. Hopefully that means alt in terms of effects, because she sounds like she's a hostage in a trap down a well. Silence of the Lambs style. Have we got a dry version of that? 3 years. I need to hear what she's saying more than anything. They're all going to be... Shame.
Man, know I'm a beast.
I don't know if your love is free, so I don't want you to wait for me. This is what it feels.
Just ooms for a background.
I need you, please don't leave me. Never forget me. Please don't leave me, get me. Please don't leave me. Never forget me.
They put the bridge on so I can hear it in time. Josh Home from Team U. Fresh ears, it's sounding very dry. I think we'll get some reverb on it. Please don't leave me. It fits melodically, I'm not sure the lyrics are matching it with it. Oh, texture. That's not a bad pickup. She's so good. I've already used that one. Ooh, the rap. Could a rap work?
And your family's.
Use that one. R&B. Still a sad vocal though. Afro. House. If I wasn't doing a stutter thing. Ah, there's a problem there. Baby, I'm losing control. It's triplets, so that's hard to work.
I won't wait for you. It's the middle of the night, but the street lights keep me awake. I feel like a fool, 'cause I leave the window open and my mind feels.
Ooh.
I won't wait for you. It's the middle of the night, but the street lights keep me awake. I feel like a fool, 'cause I leave the window open and my bones do shake.
Again, very house. Got that one. Where already used that? Can't remember. 91 kW. I've already bought it. What did I use it in? Nothing. Oh, it's on the garage plots. Not yet finished. Okay, so that's possible. It's a bit. Not partial to vocals that sound 5 years old. We're on loop, aren't we? Yeah. Oh. What the hell is that? There we go. Oh. I think we're at 132, but 128 might be better. I think I've used this one. Yeah, definitely that one. Oh, it's just from the pack.
Ooh, I'm a horizon child. Ooh, feel the beat until sunrise. Let the music take control. Feel the rhythm touch your soul. You like the pop? Let's see repeat.
I could use not working a verse or a break. Have to change the reverb on that one. Oh, hello. Probably already got that one.
Yeah, all of that one pack. I could be in.
So there's that. Too chill.
Smoke up, that's in the blem.
Does anyone know what a blem is?
Getting fed up the juice. And my favorite flavor's you, babe. I feel better when it's you. All this feeling must be cute, babe. Getting fed up the juice. And my favorite flavor's you, babe. I feel better when it's you.
It's alright. Might be our only option.
Would you be fine if I leave by the time the sun is out? I do not need to put on show, I will be fine. Just let me go. Leave by the time the sun is out.
The melody's really good now, it's just the lyrics.
Begging me, please.
commercial. I'm hearing it in both directions. It could go kind of chill and cool, or it could go very bright with the houseier vocals. I've already used this one. Again, very commercial. That's not C sharp minor, and I've already used it. Was that one? Oh, I've used it. Okay.
Shit.
R&B's working all right. Mumbles. Okay, we've got to pick something. I think let's go to the likes.
Hit me with another one.
I think it's just going to be lots of hooks. There's not enough around, I think, to work with a verse and a chorus.
Yeah. I feel better when it's you. All this feeling must be Cupid. Getting faded off the juice. And my favorite flavor's you, babe.
See what else is in this pack.
I can't wait to kick it. Yes, I come in from time to time, especially when
That's all.
Yeah. You a red flag, guess I'm colorblind.
Scotch, the Scotch Snap, that rhythm was called.
Blowing up my line.
Adam Neely did a documentary on it, I think.
Like I'm dreaming. Like I don't wanna think about you. Back to me. You saw the best in me. I could've told you, but the love's gone. The love's gone. Back to me. You saw the best in me. I could've told you, but the love's gone. Baby, you gotta let a nerve to. Like I'm dreaming, like seeing angels. It's not the first time I see your halo.
If it was recorded better.
Don't keep me waiting, like heaven's gate, yeah. Just like the first time I saw that halo.
There's more breath than tone there.
Like seeing angels. It's not the first time.
Does it work?
I see you like I'm dreaming, like seeing angels. It's not the first time I see your halo. Don't keep me waiting, like heaven's gate, yeah. Just like the first time I saw that halo. Like I'm dreaming, like seeing angels. It's not the first time I see your halo.
It's on the wrong side of the beat.
Keep me waiting, like heaven's gate.
But it's delivered. Track would need to be more chill.
You gotta let a nerd to be. Baby, don't be boring. Getting these fast shots in the backseat of the Beamer. Put my feet up. How you feeling? Yeah. Yeah. Fast shots in the backseat of the Beamer. Put my feet up. How you feeling? Yeah. Fast shots in the backseat of the Beamer. Put my feet up.
The
How
random
you
button.
feeling?
I should get there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Dreaming of you, dreaming of you. Dreaming of you, dreaming of you, dreaming of...
That's it.
I don't wanna think about you. Me and you are over with though.
The rest is all too
You
fast,
say,
isn't it?
look
Okay.
at me, can't you see all the things you've done to me? Every word,
Off on the
baby,
much slower
I
tempo.
was in your fantasy. Look at me, can't you see? Ooh.
Well, we're grabbing all of these, aren't we? Oops. Wrong. We'll put them all on there. Do 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 do. Where was that addition?
I won't wait for you. It's the middle of the night, but the street lights keep me awake. I feel like a fool, 'cause I leave the window open and my bones do shake. I won't wait for you. Open my... I won't wait for you. It's the middle of the night, but the street lights keep me awake. I feel...
Nothing about the sound sounds like the middle of the night is what's bugging me.
If you're gonna break my heart, I'm better off. I'm better
I might go with this one, I
off on
think.
my own.
This was the addition, wasn't it? We can always add our own stutter to that one. Might drop the width on that one as well, stop it becoming too distracted. I'm not sure the stutter's a good idea. What about just from the left? Maybe it's just the first half. I like the effects, it's just too drastic. Maybe just keep it like that. Can I... Oops, not that. Maybe it's a case of just turning it down every... Stop that getting too... Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. That's all that needs to happen. This is just a background thing. And then Dragon. Out the filter. Feels slow. Back to 130 maybe. I haven't caught the Crystal Extremes yet, no. It works like everyone else then. 100 tracks in. I'm very much the opposite. I'm like, what's the least I can get away with? I think that's why I'm getting so many layering questions. And why I can't answer them. Right. What else could we do with? Probably going to need what does the kind of break section sound like? Because I don't think it's that fast moving, or needs to be that fast moving. Oh dear. I just realised it's triplets. I'll have to make our own then, won't we? I'll do. We'll make that a synth, I think. Do 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 do. So she's holding a note from about there. On mute. Loop, fade. Now, what note is that? That's the question. That's not. Got some reverb overhanging there, but it's fine. I need to hear a C sharp. So we need to make that. Another C sharp. Something like, well, Dragonfly has to go on, of course. It goes on everything. I did hear a vocoder as well. I might give it a vocoder vibe. Figure out what the chords are in a minute. Something like that. Depends how much, regarding number of tracks in the session, I don't think there's an optimal. Depends how you work. Some people like to work by throwing lots of sounds in and then taking away. I mean, I'm also trying to keep this extremely fast for the stream's sake. I'll do that when I do the chords. Oh, that's our actual gate trigger. I might invent a rhythm later. Jam and Spoon. Joe's taking us back. Oh, did Spoon go? Excuse the noises if you can hear me drinking from the water bottle. A professional would set up a mute on the mic, but I haven't done that. Be obvious that's gonna get too thick at some point. Let's hear vocoder as well. Do 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 do. Let's put it before the gates. External. I need a breakdown section. A nice whoosh. Maybe we will start on A. I call it floating on the 6 for a reason. And maybe we won't use the low C sharp. I think I'm going to hold. Don't know. Actually, I can keep the slow rhythm, can't I? We could do that for the break. Whoops, what are you? And I can hear the chords properly. Oh, we've got no sound. Oh, the vocoder's set to full mix, isn't it? That's why. Right, what's the chord going to be? Major 7? Summer? Let's take some of the trigger away. Let's get some air in there, turn it down a bit. And then I think just leave it on C sharp. Can we hold a note? I think C sharp can be held. Why not? I need a nice top loop. Let's make another track of that and thin it right out, I think. Maybe put reverb on it and drop it in level. Oops, let's grab the MIDI. Dragonfly won't work well on that shaker. Doesn't have spacey highs, it has very thick lows. Let's just go charm verb. Take the damping off the top maybe. No need, that's fine. I don't know. Right, where was the things? That's gonna go half and half, I think. Oh, we're going to do the vocoder, weren't we? Sorry, my bad. What does it sound like with the vocoder on it? We need a modulator for our carrier. Start with a Trance might sound okay. Actually, what does that sound like mixed in? 25. Wrong octave. Let's do it here. It just sounds like the damn synth. That's not what I want. Let's go retro. Low bandwidth. That's getting somewhere. Let's go low bands. I'll let it resonate, I think. It's got that formant thing. Maybe there. Wuthering stutters. I've done Sonic Sound. I've done 2 videos on racks. You'll find most of these plugins are free. Yep. Dragonfly's free. Charm Verb's free. A1 Stuttergate is free. Pretty sure everything I've used is free, apart from Splice. Okay. Reverb. We need. I don't mind that as a using that as a symbol, really. That bit. Maybe. More breath, less low end. That kind of thing. What reverb is going to be good on this one? Is it another charm? I think charm verb's probably is best. It doesn't get in the way that much. Yeah. Vocoder, don't like it. Don't like it. Better without. Nice idea. On paper. Maybe a better synth feeding it would be cool. It sounds cool already though. That's a nice octave for that, actually. Oh, so is it not tied to anything anymore? Clearly that's not being used anymore, is it? Sample level, what was that doing? Oh, it's randomized, pseudo-randomized noise things. Probably too low in level to matter, doesn't matter. Give me something to... Yeah, give me something to build with. Outside of the filter, if I leave the noise in. That's a sample, you're not being used. Actually, seeing as the BBC orchestra is loaded, let's pull that onto its own track. I can hear a held. Cello? Why have we got no level? Come out the group. There's some kind of automation that's killed this. Was it violins? I should. could do something with that later, like a proper string arrangement. Let's do that for now, then. Very slow attack on that. I have to put it early. How do we get to that is the question. Binary solos. Is it me or have you been assembling IKEA for weeks now? Or was that someone else who said that in the last stream? And chicane style pluck. Oh, we so should. And then in the tutorial, to be extra obnoxious, I could say I'm using a Calvin Harris style pluck. Oh, the horror. The thing about that is I actually sympathize with Nick a lot, but I wouldn't have done what Nick did. He says he's been in the game long enough and he's been to court and all this lot, but so have I. And the thing is, I know what, and I kind of know what flies in court. Here we go. We are on chord 6 as well, which is perfect for this kind of vibe. We just go band. Unfortunately, I don't know. Oh, what am I talking about? There is a free guitar I could use. Ample. Plucking up courage for trouble. I'm just entertaining the memes here. What would be a slightly different rhythm? Let's do that, shall we? Oh, hang on. Hang on. I need to put this in keyboard mode because that's not a good guitar for real guitar. Is that too high? C sharp's a bit awkward, actually. Oh, I do apologize. It's your guy. This is your suggestion, by the way. This is not on me. This is me just teaching you guys how to do this kind of riff. Oh, that's why nothing's coming up. I'm typing in the dark now. It's gone dark here, and I have not put the light on, so I can't see my keyboard anymore. I should have got shine through keycaps for my fancy keyboard, shouldn't I? You take a delay, put it on 8th notes. There you go. Better take it off before we get a strike. Stream suspended. Natural. I've paid the electricity. It was really bright earlier, and I've got a skylight above me, so it lets lots of light through. I don't need the light on until I didn't kind of realize it had gone so dark, but bear with me. There we go. I can see now. Right. So, structure. Well, we need that vocal. I never really committed to a vocal, didn't I? That's another hook.
I won't wait for you. It's me.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
If you love me like I love you, love me like I love you, I love you,
Oh.
I love you.
That one was. It's a shame it's tripleted. It's following the same melody. Oh, it's from that pack. I'll grab it as a random hook. I think we have to treat this like a dance track, not a pop track. I can't. There will not be a verse in this. That's definitely our drop. I need to pull everything into a vocal group, because that is my effects group. Actually, it's my nothing group, isn't it? Yeah, so let's make
Love me like
ambience needs to match. Nice tape delay will do. I need the dotted eights, I think. Not triplets.
love me like I love you. Love me like I love you.
Before the reverb, I think.
Love me like I love you. Love me like I love you. I love you. I love you.
Okay, okay. Nine degrees in Australia. Oh. I can't feel too sorry for you. That's like England for the other 10 months of the year. There's a bear with you. Can you see it? I get it. I get it. Bear with me. Where are you, Joe? 32? I think I want... I'm going to use the ever faithful blindfold EQ to poke that. In Celsius, awesome. What's 82 in Celsius? I know 100's about 38, isn't it? Ah, I can hear this. So that needs all the same. But this is going to go... super narrow chord. Half? Let's go space mode. Everyone knows I like my flange delays. Favorite type is through 0. This is kind of cool. And then we turn up the... Yeah, I think we need to go quarters, not triplets on this. I mean dotted. Quarters. Sorry, halves, isn't it? Send into that.
Love me like I love you. Love me like I love you.
That's tops.
Love me like I love you. Love me like I love you. Love me like I love you.
How about some formant reduction on, like theirs did?
Love you.
Just for a couple of these repeats.
Love
By the way, that's just M-auto pitch underneath. Performance. Nothing else set. Actually, don't need this. There it is. I could turn it down there. There, maybe? Still don't know what we're going to do structure-wise. Yeah, it's too much on the tops there. Let's get that curbed. It's supposed to be an echo. I either have to smudge that out, or I could just repeat. Probably going to be maybe a combination of both. That's if these two sections actually meet. I don't know yet. Lots more needs to happen for those two sections to match up. Not just a smudge of the main. Probably have to high pass the bass. Kick drum has to come out. Lots of stuff. Right, so let's think of a non-extended arrangement. Let's go these three sections. So we'll have this as the main, whatever we intro. I presume the intro is going to be something like this. Probably won't expose the sample too much, just in case we get YouTube flagged. We'll go higher reverb, I think. Oh. We will have intro drums. Smudge those. Makeshift intro. Something like that. I think we want the reverb completely off. In fact, I'm going to just hard mute that. the reverb on the drums. I need a better crash. Too much highs in this reverb here. Yeah, and it can't overhang either. It can't overhang. Yeah, I think we need the shock, the dry shock there to make that work. There's some kind of build up here. Kashmir long sweep. Oh, it's the flangey one. It's a good one. Gentle. Not very EDM. Although too obvious. Don't need all those highs. In fact, that's too high. Let's just pitch it down. I may fade the bass or just stop it, I'm not sure. Now, I heard something in the bass earlier, didn't I? That kind of thing. I think I want just a tiny bit more of a bass hook than a functional part. More interest. I think we can go up early here. Can we go to the 5 there? That'd be nice, I think. Get that round. Actually, I know what to do. So we duplicate you. That's going to go around twice. Let them sit with the hook. Maybe we add drums or something. I could turn up the... yeah, okay. Bottom end out. I'll reintroduce the pickup thing. That could work. Bottom end out. Where's my DJ tool thing? That one. On the master, it's fine. Just take the bottom end out of everything. Full DJ cuts. I want filter on the drums as well. possibly the intro. Something like this. Would be okay there. Drum fills. We got gardening tips going on the chat. Okay, so the bass has to be calmed down. Oh, apparently I already have some automation there. I think we have to do both ends. Or should I just smudge it? Maybe I should just smudge it, I think. It's got filters built in. Does the clap sound a bit high on the break? Probably. Let me have a listen. Go up as well, something like this. I need the swell on that, don't I? No. I'm not sure it's too loud, I think it's too dry. What's the other clap like? I've got two claps apparently. That's definitely the lighter of the two. I like Supermassive on claps. That doesn't go there. We've not settled down yet. Sounds like it's got too much low end, but it's got too much front end as well. Maybe we take the attack off that. I should probably just find a different clap, different clap for the breaks. Get the attack off. don't mind it being the wrong clap because that sounds a bit more amateur bedroom, DJ mashup kind of vibe. Would be my justification for leaving that, I think. I'm not too... I'd like a finger snap instead, like a, you know... would be my... I'm sure I've got thousands. This would be what I would probably use if I had reverb. Definitely don't want low end. I forgot to mute 2 notes on the octave jumps. I'll have a look. Thank you. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's both. They're very sloppy. And they're too high. Yeah, you can hear it in context. They are too harsh. Oh, I've already done it. There we go. I can tell. It needs the sustain needs automating as well. Hey, that's pretty cool. Turn those into a much. Yeah, just. Right, that doesn't need to be anywhere near as big now. Mr. Hater is indeed a hater. Wow. Exposed. Well, we were talking about branding earlier. I mean, he's been in the chat for 2 seconds and we already know what the brand is. Hello, Sieves. I think we know what the MO is now. I think I'll take the drums out for the last bar of that. Oh, the click of the drums annoy me. Kick drum. I think about 10k seems fine. Oh, cheers, Siebes. See you, cook. That transition works now. I don't mind that at all. Those vocals could be even more light, I think. Yeah, there we go. Get that reverb through the flanger. Thanks, Kite. repeat love you and get this through.
Love me like I love you. Love me like I love you.
And swap to this. Probably filth again. We'll be filtering that, I think. But this is how we're going to build. I think we're going to need a snare, though. I didn't want to use one, but I think the energy deserves just a rolling snare build. The one with the 808 in it. I don't think I need 16, do I? No, I only need 8. Tie filter to velocity. 808's fine, I think. Not too fizzy like a 909. Why is the velocity being ignored though? That's what I want to know. The whole point of saving that was so that it would ramp. Oh, I changed the filter on the wrong. That's the second layer. Let me delete that so I'm not confused. So here we go. It's probably going to be way too much now. We're going to be able to hear it from the beginning. I think I will put this back to its original pitch. I think. Oh, thank you, Seebs. Thanks for the $9.99. I already thanked Kite, didn't I? Is Mr. Hater an alias of Nick, I wonder? I think, what about the strings just up the octave? Those back in the middle. I think we could turn those.
Love me like I love you.
we should. I think we just smudged the whole pad group on that one. Who's going to make that work? Yeah, not loud enough. What's the going rate for a ghost produced song? Well, I'm an idiot. I'm not very good at business, so I kind of charge by the hour. And then, so that my future self is not left without, I usually take royalties as well. Flat rates go anywhere between, what, 3K upwards? Can do. As in, like, that would be a buyout, but I don't really do buyouts anymore. Right now I want just one busy top loop, I think would be absolutely fine. Just to help. Either that or we go back to 132 BPM. Not sure. Drums, tops. Let's see what I've got. Whoops. Go back. No. Wow, it's so laggy. 2 swung. 2 techno. 2 electro. 2 triplet. 2 swung. Just these 16s. Oh. It's a bit of the wrong mood. 2 swung, but not bad. Too hardcore. I need busy, but straight. Oh. Still a bit sparse. I need something that low shaker range. What I would call a knicker-knacker, knicker-knacker. Knicker-knacker, knicker-knacker, knicker-knacker. That kind of oh, I should be about the break. Ooh. It's a bit of a weird, and it is semi-swung, but it's so wet, it might actually work. God, don't clip that one out of context. It's half the tempo. Oh, it's a 160. That's why it sounds weird. Yeah. Let me just hear a side chain on that. Might do the job. It might not. The best bit's in the left ear only, as far as I can hear. So you know what that means. Down with you, stereo elements. sloshy. I tell you what, that plus an 808 hi-hat to back it up, to add the attack back in, might actually be fine. I think 808 raw. Nope. What's it called? Core kit. Take your time. 16s, go. Put them on the same side, I think. Oh, it's the swing. It's such a shame. Can I force it to not swing with beats mode doing 16th and that? Oh, God, it's a mess. Can I sample it? I just need, yeah. I might try. Is it? No. Let me keep searching. I want more pages of tops. Huh. That's not too bad without the... That's also not too bad. Okay. That's got the shakery thing. If we just get rid of the... let's take that section, maybe. Yay! Give the 808s. Double check for low leakage. Is that a chicane stutter? I've got a little bit of a clap backup as well. Why not? You think the stuttered vocal is saying guilty? Yep. Oh, there was that extra hook we had. Why not throw that in at the end?
Love me.
Oh, there was a synth loop from the techno thing earlier. Where is it?
Hit me with another.
That was it. I can just hear that as a... Not all of them. Doesn't have to be discernible. In time. Oh, it's swung. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da. That's what threw me off. Leave it, it's fine. think I want a little snare fill. Basic one there. Half of that. I think that snare has too many highs in it. I think that's why I was searching for more tops in the drums, because we get the clap, a bigger clap here. Bring us back up. I think unsmudge right at the end. And do it that way. Yeah. We can hear that hook coming back in. That's probably a fade for the Spotify version. Something like that. Any suggestions? A plucky chicane. Obviously, that would be the suggestion. Everything's got one now. I didn't actually need the trigger channel in the end, did I? No. Good. How's the low end? I've not even checked. It sounds fine on my HD25s, but I've not actually measured it. I've not got a separate sub going for this. That C sharp is low. That's fine, I think. I'll give it a check when I get to the studio, I think, but nothing. You know, 1.3, I think 132 was the better tempo. I just heard it then. As soon as it came out of the filter, felt slow. Oh, someone mentioned about bass notes. Let me check. Oh, thank you. Yeah. The office. I'll take the bass out of that thing. Yeah, not too bad. How long did it take to make tunes that you felt you could release? Good question. It was, the thing is, it wasn't up to me. So I'm not exact. I know I've ended up being a kind of a streamer type person, but rewind like 20 years, I wasn't very confident, and not very good at taking compliments either. So it took. I was talking earlier about how I got a lot of engineering work while I was at the working at the music shop. I was doing a lot for free, and then I think my first paid track I ever, well, no, it was a full. I got asked to make a full album, not just the mix. I played guitar on it as well. I have shown it on the stream before. It's like a weird blues electronic dance hip hop crossover thing. Very weird. Very cool though. That was my now manager was the producer on that project. And he produced the entire record with a view to getting syncs, as in synchronization license. So your track gets put to video. So all the lyrics were things about driving or chocolate or the singer, the singer was like-minded as well. So he kind of knew what he was doing. But anyway, that one of those records got synced to an advert. Not the one I showed you about the drinks. It was something else. It's called Ride This Train Down. Something about ride this train to the graveyard or something. I can't remember. Anyway, with the lyrics. I think it was like a drum and bassy kind of track. Not the drum and bass you would kind of think about. It was just a drum and bass type beat on some weird thing. Anyway, that got put on an advert, and that was kind of, I think I got paid £500 for the session. I had to mix and make over, is it 12 or 14 tracks? It took months. And I think I got paid in, no, did I get paid cash? I got, or did they put me on the writing, even though I technically didn't write half of it? Anyway, it wasn't a lot of money, but that got synced to an advert. And then when I saw the advert, I kind of first realized that, yeah, I might be able to do this. So that gave me the confidence to kind of have some self-worth. Really, it wasn't any benchmark of thing that I made. If you listen to it today, it won't sound very good, probably. Let me see if I can find it. Ride This Train. This is why production rules over mixing. Ironweed was the album. Down to My Grave. There we go. Let's hope hopefully we don't get oh. No, that's not how it starts. This must be a remake. Oh, it's some kind of remix. That wasn't it. You'll have to let me know if the stream goes down. I mean, we're talking about early days. Oh, here we go. This is it. This is definitely the artwork I remember. Yeah, starts with the vinyl.
Now, I moved from Mississippi in about 1943. I don't quite
This isn't a sample, by the way. This is the singer.
But it was somewhere that I shouldn't have been.
You just got one of those voices.
Now, there are things when I look back and start thinking, man, where did my life go? Well, you know what? There's one thing I never asked myself.
Wait for the chorus. I promise it's coming.
Be tomorrow, when this whole damn world just keeps on changing, and when this whole damn world
That's not the chorus.
Be the same, when this whole damn world just keeps on changing.
Where's the bass? There's no bass. I'm sure there was a bass on it.
Because this whole damn world won't ever be the same. I'm gonna ride this train right down to the
There we go.
graveyard.
That's the chorus.
Right down to my grave. I'm gonna ride this train right down to the graveyard.
So that's probably about 15 years old. But yeah, it doesn't sound it doesn't sound great, does it? It didn't have to. It was more like I said, the concept of the production. It was different. This is long before Breaking Bad, obviously. So the slide guitar thing wasn't really kind of done to death. Yeah. So that got picked up, used on an advert or something. I can't remember, and that was my first ever thing I got paid for. So that gave me the confidence. Yeah, there was no actual self benchmark where I realized, this sounds great, because it happens the other way around as well. You make what you think is the best thing in the world, and nothing happens to it. That happens all the time. In fact, you'll always fail more than you'll succeed, but people don't remember that. Obviously, they just know you for your successes. So they remember the spikes, not the dips. So yeah, there's no real like sudden time that you go, I'm professional now. It just kind of I was fortunate enough to work with great people that made something happen. It's pretty much the same story today. Why don't I use return auxiliaries? Good question, Thux. Thux. Have you is that a name on purpose? Is that the one you use on Peloton, so when they call it out, it sounds rude? I went over this in the free Ableton Racks video, the first one I did. But in a nutshell, the reason I don't use returns is it's an Ableton thing. So I don't know how long you've been in the stream, but like I dragged these drums and this bass from a previous song. You can do that instantly in Ableton. I know a lot of DAWs are catching up now, but you never used to be able to do that in Ableton. So I can pick any of my songs I've done anywhere else, pick an individual part. For example, maybe I want something from this melodic techno track. Actually, let me save what I've done before something might go wrong. All right, so there's a sound here called Darude. Let's I wonder what that is. So let's say I want that from a previous song. I could just drag this in, wait for it to load. And any effects on it, including these are technically sends, but they're sendable inserts. I've made them myself. So all of my sendable inserts are already on the sound and it's ready to go. Okay. So if I did that with the sends, it would just it would remember the send levels, but obviously not the send effects, because the send effects are current to my current session. So the problem is you won't get the exact sound back that I wanted because the sends would be different. So that's why I use these insertable sends. This is still a send. I mean, it behaves like one. If I turn the delay up. Oh, hang on, it's done the thing. One sec. That's a bad one to show you because that delay has broken. Just ignore that for a second. Pretend that didn't happen. Let's drag in a different delay. Right, so the delay, if I turn this down, it still carries on, right? That is a send into a delay underneath that rack. You'll see it there. It's just a utility volume before the effect. I do it with obviously the reverbs and the delays, anything ambient. So that's how I go. That's how I basically. It's just faster for me the way I work, because then I don't have to remember what sends I had on a previous track. Because the one thing Ableton doesn't do, if you open up a session like this one, doesn't matter what session I pick. It might have changed this in 12 actually, but the one thing it doesn't do is let you import your sends from that session. Actually, they won't show up there because there weren't any, but they're not usually there. So it's just quicker for me to drag in the sound and have it already as exactly as it was, unless the delay breaks. Yes, the way I'm doing it this way is a lot more CPU intense. Subspace, correct. If you're on a weaker system, I don't recommend it. But I'm only on a mini PC. I shall show you the machine I'm running. It's an old Minis Forum mini PC. That thing. That's what I'm running. It's a Ryzen 9. I don't know if they make these anymore. One left in stock. This must be recycled or something. But it's just nice to... I used to kind of run a laptop, but I hated the fan noise. This is actually quite quiet by comparison. And it's just got so much USB in and out, so I don't need dongles. USB 4 on the front, or USB-C at least. There's another USB there. 4 video outs if you're doing any kind of live video thing. It's just a nice little... Oh yeah, this does look like it's secondhand. But 3 years ago, it was about 800, I think. 700, 800. Oh, yeah, there you go. Refurbished. Sorry, it's right there. But if you go to Minis Forum website now, you can get a much newer and faster, smaller unit for cheaper. You can get them bare for $740. This is... I'm surprised they still sell them though. But anyway, UMD 890 is a good machine. I think my manager bought one of those. Yeah, that's a Ryzen 9 as well. 475 bare bones. If you want to add 32 gigs of RAM and a terabyte SSD, which is above SATA speed as well. It's M22280, 635 only. Not bad at the moment. So it is a powerful system, but not that expensive. Oh, Subspace was saying tracks are more CPU in... Oh, send return stuff is more expensive on CPU expensive on FL Studio. Is it? One day I shall try it. I've bought it. I own it. The video is planned to do like some kind of baptism of fire where I try to make a track in FL Studio blind. As in, well, not blind, but having not used it for about 20 odd years. How do I feel about compressing or saturating reverbs? If you're going for that deliberate special effect where you want it to kind of suck upwards, you could do that. You're going to be very careful with where and how though, because I would do it maybe on one lead sound or something, or maybe as a layer. You have to be very careful about what space you're giving up. reverb is your front to back, right? That's where your depth is. That's what makes things sound front in the track and back. You need that difference between. I mean, that's if you're going for actual 3D depth. You need some depth. You need some distance between the dry sound, not just in time, in terms of level, obviously, and tone. So the reverb needs to be set back duller and later than the dry sound if you want the dry sound to be more 3D and upfront. So if it's a special effect, then fine, you can distort the reverb. Why not? But don't do it as any kind of rule of thumb for mixing because you want to hear the reverb more. That's just going to get very messy very fast. You'll be dousing your entire groove in lost space. You'll be filling in all the gaps that you need. Sidechain reverb, yes. Sonic sound, you can sidechain your reverbs, yep. Because I'm using I have sidechains on most of these groups, by the way. So if I add reverb to my pads, it's already going through this. By the way, so most of my reverbs are technically sidechained already. Is this even being automated? No. What time is it? We've gone well over, haven't we? 11:30. Well, I've got to meet my manager at the studio tomorrow, so I better get some food in me and then get to bed. Let's play this one out. And then future me can copyright myself when I finish the track and released it. Anyone know who won the Rocket League? That's your bedtime, Cook. Sorry to hear that, Kite. So you're up early, are you? All the streams do get uploaded to the live tab on the channel. If you want to catch up on any of them, I know you mean you want to join them live, but. Good night, Binary Solo. So I'll put my fade in now, shall I? I'll do that for now. You're awesome. There we go. Superb. Thanks, everyone. I will see you next week.